Hello and welcome to the Baker Show. We're jumping into session 103 today. We're gonna sit through a lecture and then see what happens after that. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Alright, so last session you guys started in the arena here in Senaliesse, jumping in to take on an elder, Elder Visor. As you guys saw him annihilating a lot of the citizens that had jumped in to try their hand at trying to win and trying to beat up this elder. You guys saw that many of them fell. However, there was at least one humanoid-ish individual that seemed to still be standing as you guys entered the arena. You found that as you were fighting him, the area began to heat up as the elder seemed to be almost turning into some sort of flame or fire-ish elemental. Finding that as it got hotter and hotter and hotter, you began to uncover the mechanic that he was going to explode. You guys managed to deal with him quickly enough that when he exploded, when this supernova on the battlefield occurred, he was unable to recover afterwards. You guys were able to successfully defeat this sun-punching old elf guy. As you did so, you guys saw the fairies entering the battlefield to begin resurrecting the fallen citizens and other combatants, singling out the one that had headed towards the elder. We watched as Zan, I believe, annihilated that pixie so that it would be unable to revive the elder today. So they would have to find other means of potentially bringing him back if they wanted him to be included this evening. And we'll see if they figured that out or not. And you guys proceeded to have a conversation with the other combatant that had remained standing and fought with you guys, Grimsnare. Had some conversation with him and then decided to leave the arena and head back over to a little more private, a little more comfortable area as you went back to the bar, ordered some drinks and had some conversations to see who this gentleman was and perhaps see if he'd be interested in joining you and helping, at least in this area, taking out the dragon aspect of Tiamat and perhaps dealing with the events to come with the elders and whatever was planned for this evening. I believe a tenuous agreement was made, but Grimsnare decided that he was ready to take a nap and the rest of you wanted to try and get a rest in before this evening. However, not before being offered the opportunity to go and watch a lecture at a local lecture hall, as you found one of the other elders was going to be giving some sort of presentation about the combination of magic and science, and not really sure what it meant or what it was, but at least Grimsnare took the opportunity to grab himself a ticket and a seat and head that way. The rest of you, valuing your supplies and your health, decided to book a room and get some sleep before this evening's events. So you all headed up to your respected motel rooms for the night, or for the afternoon. Grimsnare headed over to the academy. And that's kind of where we're picking up, because as Grimsnare, as you sat down for this lecture, you watched as a very old-looking elven wizard took the stage and brought forth a companion of sorts, which you recognized as the creature known as a chimera. Also happens to be your personal nickname a little bit, but this chimera seemed to have some extra intelligence as it was able to speak and communicate. You were told that this lecture was going to be on duopolymorphism, which I don't think your character knows what that is really, but he's about to find out. So that is where we're going to pick up today. So jumping into this session here. So Grimsnare, you find yourself sitting in this amphitheater. There's maybe a couple dozen seats. You see that most of them are full. There's quite a turnout for this lecture. But as this elf kind of takes the stage, and you see that his chimera friend just kind of sits, crosses its arm, and is scanning the crowd. So this elder Harkin, steps up, says, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to see so many faces and so many filled seats for this presentation. So, I'm going to jump right in." And he kind of looks around and says, "So, anybody here know what the alchemy is, the science of alchemy? Anyone?" Kind of looks around, you see some quizzical faces, but nobody really raising a hand to chime in. Well, that's to be expected. It's not very popular yet, but suppose some of you have seen things such as small trinkets or magical items, like the alchemy jug or things of that nature that produce various liquids and other things. Alchemy essentially is the science and a little bit of magic behind creating something out of nothing, but it's not really nothing. It's more the art of turning one thing into another. Now, alchemy deals a great bit in balance and making sure that the amount of material that's put in is the amount that's received at the end. So it's a whole lot about just trying to get something from something else, and the ability to craft. And we see this a lot in spells such as polymorph and things of that nature. If any of you are of the sorceress or wizarding kind, I'm certain you're probably familiar with the uses of that spell. Now, that being said, what I'm here today to talk about is not alchemy. It is a subset of alchemy. So it uses the same basic principles as alchemy, but it does it in a much different way. In this particular subset that I've devoted the last few centuries to, it's called duopolymorphism. So what this means, and why I've brought this example with me as he points to the chimera, says what it is it's combining multiple things, generally two or more things, to create a singular thing, which is where you get the duo or dual, generally 2 plus equals 1. Quite a weird circumstance, but nonetheless, that's what I am bringing to you today. So, anybody here familiar with a chimera, and perhaps what it is or how they came about? So he kind of scans the crowd again.
He would not be volunteering any information, because truly he really doesn't know how he was made, so he's like watching intently but not wanting to out himself.
Says, "Oh, well, that's perfectly fine. Seems none of you know, but again, it's quite obscure knowledge. I wouldn't expect many. So, generally, the beast we know as chimera is one of the easiest examples of duopolymorphism, which, for the purposes of this lecture, we're going to call it DPM. So, That being said, generally it was accepted for a very, very long time that this creature, as you can see, has features of three different animals: a goat, a lion, and a dragon. Um, but it is, in fact, one singular being or entity at its core. It was believed for a very long time that this was a bastardization, an amalgamation or creation brought about when the demon princes stepped foot on the material planes and began crafting creatures and monstrosities to help fight for them in the blood wars. Now, while that is true, we do have documented proof and have spoken to princes, and they have confirmed that this is in fact a reality. That would lead us to believe that these creatures would only be able to be made by ones of such demonic power. However, in the recent history, I have found evidence, quite a lot of evidence, that provides that perhaps some of the wizards of ancient times, using quite lost and forgotten magic, were able to create these creatures themselves. And not only did they create ones like the one you see before me, the dragon, a lion, and goat, but we saw some that incorporated other beasts, such as other wild cats, other types of dragons, serpents, snakes, many different combinations. And I found evidence that proved that these were made by humanoids like us, and thus my investigation began. Won't bore you with too many of the details, but I found, well, a way to begin adding things, adding more than two, adding more than three, and I had quite a few hypotheses about adding as many as you wanted into one particular being if you knew the math and had the ability. So, what I present to you today is this chimera next to me. I have named them aptly Eladine. You see, Eladine here is my first real attempt at creating something myself using DPM. What I did though is I started with a complex base. I found myself a chimera already created, and I managed to morph them and combine them with a humanoid soul. So that is why Eladine here has sentience. I found a quite willing individual who was interested in adding their own soul or their own conscience into this being. And so I have created Eladine and brought them to you today to introduce them for the first time to the world. And as you watch the chimera kind of stand up a little bit, say, yes, I am Eladine. I was once a human, humanoid, much like most of you, and through the Elder's magics, I have combined myself with this being, and I find that I have complete control over its body most of the time. Occasionally the animal instincts deep inside me take over, but it's mostly controllable. And so then the elder pipes back up, says, yes, so we will be going a little more in depth about the science behind this and the magics that I used, and I'll offer you all some of the tables and graphs and mathematics that I use if you would like to begin researching it on your own. Now, I don't recommend running out and immediately trying to combine sentient beings, but perhaps start on something smaller. Find some rats, mice, snakes, bunny rabbits, deer, things like that. Something a little less human-like, a little less sentient, and perhaps working together I can inspire young magical and scientific minds to begin creating more and more of these wonderful things, and perhaps someday we could create things that are beyond our very imaginations. As I think I myself would like to play around with the idea of sometime in the future, perhaps combining myself with some other beings to see where that might take us. And so we'll fast forward a little bit here, but over the course of about the next hour or so, Elder Harkin kind of starts to break down the magics that he used, the processes, the mathematics, and he gives out a few handouts that have this information written down on it, just kind of about how he did it and what he used to do it. And towards the end of the lecture, he kind of looks out at the crowd and he says, "Well, I think that's about all I have for you today. I can't wait to present again, hopefully next year. I have even more information and more examples to share, more creatures to be created." Now, I will open up the floor at this point to any questions any of you may have for me. I'd be happy to try and answer them to the best of my ability. So you see over the course of the next few minutes, a few hands are raised, some questions are asked about the graphs, the charts, and things of that nature. But is there anything that Grimsnare would be asking or interjecting about?
Yeah. Can the Chimera change back into human form?
Oh, that's quite a wonderful question. And turning one back into multiple. It has been explored, though I have not attempted it on this being. I have managed to split apart souls that I have put together on some smaller beings, though they don't always live when they're split apart. There seems to be some sort of imbalance there. So while I think theoretically it is certainly possible, it's going to take quite a bit more studying and a little better understanding of DPM to, I think, pull it off successfully and consistently.
And normally with the spell Polymorph, it's a concentration spell. How are you getting around that?
Very true. The spell Polymorph itself is concentration, which, and it's only a temporary thing using simply magic alone. Now, when we start to look at bigger examples, like the spell True Polymorph, where if concentration is held long enough, the change becomes permanent, and concentration is no longer needed. Now, that is kind of the basis of some of this, the true polymorphism, where concentration is no longer needed as the magical part, which would explain why concentration is only held for about the period of a day or so. Now, the science is where we get the additive particulars, such as combining things into this true polymorph versus just changing one thing into another.
And this being next to you has said he has control over the animal. Can he shapeshift, per se?
Eladine kind of speaks up and they say, no, I'm unable to shapeshift myself. Now, prior to my combination with this being, I did have magical abilities of my own. I was a wizard of sorts, but it seems that once I was combined with this creature, I was only able to keep the magical abilities and the physical prowess of the creature I was combined with. None of mine came over. I believe that was, it's my belief at least, and the professors here, that that was a byproduct, a loss of sorts that was converted into something in order to make the bind happen. But no, unfortunately, I'm unable to use my own magics. I suppose if the creature itself had the ability to shapeshift, it might be possible.
Is Eladine enslaved to you? Like, per se, a golem would be?
Harkin kind of looks at Eladine and then back at you carefully. He says, well, no, they're not a slave to me. I like to believe we're partners, as Eladine was a willing subject to join in my research. But no, I have no true hold over them.
I'm curious, why would you subject yourself to this experimentation?
Eladine speaks back up. Well, I had quite a curious nature, and I was an alchemist myself for quite a while, and, well, it really piqued my interest, and, well, unfortunately I was getting on in my years, and my physical body did not have much time left, but a soul is, well, for all sense and purpose, timeless and immortal, so I figured what better way to preserve myself and continue working in the field I so love than to join up with something that still had a bit of vitality and fortitude left within it.
Do you fear leaving the city? Most monsters out on the road are feared and then usually slaughtered. Uh, are you stuck here, or do you have a way to circumvent that reaction?
Oh yes, well, it's certainly has its issues and is not always the easiest thing to deal with, but Harkin here has the ability to teleport us, so we don't often have to travel outside the city, and generally when we do, I place myself within a cot and try and keep my appearance away from prying eyes, and generally, once we've made it to our location, Harkin has informed them of what to expect, and so there's not usually any ill will or harm that would befall me.
How many years did it take you to develop this sort of discipline and magic?
Well, a few hundred to kind of get things all together. The magics itself probably took the longest amount of time. But it's my belief that with my findings and my research notes that others could follow this path much more quickly than I did. I feel that I have done a great deal of the hard work, so to say, so that others can do it quicker and catch up to me and help me expand.
I have no further questions.
Well, I appreciate it, young man. He looks around and continues to answer some more follow-up questions from other people, but after a few more minutes of this, no more hands are raised, and Harkin kind of turns to the crowd and says, well, I greatly appreciate all of your patience today and all of your questions and all of your willingness to learn. Now, I will be retiring for a while, take a few hours to myself as I'm preparing for this evening, but if all of you found this display enjoyable, well, I certainly recommend that you keep an eye on tonight's festivities, for I have a wonderful wonderful surprise for you. Given my performance this evening, you may in fact see this magic in action. He kind of winks with a little devilish grin and begins to pack up his things and head off stage. The lecture house begins to slowly fill out. Is there anywhere else Grimsnare is going right now, or is he going to go take a nap?
He's probably headed back to the room just because he's not a character like Zan, unfortunately. If Zan was here, he'd be poking around, but
Yeah. Alright, so my layers bar doesn't want to work for some reason.
oh, the slider.
Yeah.
Weird.
There it is. Goodness. Alright, so bringing us back to Motel Elf over here. You are able to lay down and get a rest. At this point, I will open it up to you guys if there's anything you wanted to do, like before sleeping, anything Grimsnare wanted to handle, or anything like that, or we can jump forward to when you guys wake up.
Right, because we're taking a full 8 hours. Yeah.
Yep, I think that was the intent.
Also, Grimsnare really wasn't given any sort of direction from the group either.
No, but he would be in a room underneath of theirs.
Gotcha. Considering he now has like a lot of platinum from winning the fight, is there any sort of like magic shops around here or anything like that?
Not in Senaliesse. I'll say, without having to make an investigation check or anything like that, you find that there have been some shops, but it looks like most of the main, like, shops and even like some of the offbeat restaurants and things like that have closed, and they are in the process of setting up like merchant stands in the festival areas.
Okay.
So while there may be some magic shops, it looks like they're in the process of getting things set up. So if you're looking around or walking around, you probably find quite a few people that are mentioning coming back in a couple hours once the festival has started and they've had a chance to put out their goods and wares and get their tents set up for the evening.
Gotcha. Well, Grimsnur will go lay down then.
Cool.
Sands out. Yeah, nothing more from me.
Cool.
I have a kind of above table question, but below table, end game. This is something that's keeping Lalia up a little bit, which is we've successfully prevented Visor from being revived today.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unless he encounters a cleric, right?
Yeah.
Which is not bringing her a lot of comfort because there's a lot of people in the city right now, and we're bound to maybe there's got to be a cleric somewhere. But with the people we've encountered before who've had circlets on, have we encountered someone who has died, and did we attempt to remove the circlet after they died, and were we successful?
Mm-hmm. I think the only in-person experience you've had with people with circlets on dying were people that you killed.
Right. That's pretty par for the course for us.
Yeah. I don't think you have really been around for anybody under the control being killed or coming upon them dead. I would say you do know that Cryo didn't have a circlet.
Mm-mm.
So I would say your experience is probably limited. I think the only thing you have experienced as far as removing a circlet so far was Ed forcibly removing it from his head with magic. And it seemed like it was magically connected, but also physically connected. So together, if somebody is dead, it would potentially be easier because the magic may have worn off.
Mm-hmm.
But you would still need to find a way to physically unbind it.
Good questions.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And Lolly is sitting here like, do I lie for good reasons? Still physically connected, though. If we rest our 8 hours, how long does that give us before everything kicks up?
About 2 hours or so before the festivities really start.
Okay. So then Lalia is going to aim for she's going to set her alarm for, 7 hours and 59 minutes, or however you want to say that. Plan to get up and do some investigating.
Okay. Anybody else have queries?
Calliope is inspecting the bones that she picked up of the fairy.
Little tiny fairy bones.
Mm-hmm.
They're cold. Ice cold.
Interesting.
Alright. And some time will pass as you all are able to click your long rest buttons.
Yay.
Grab Kreider, who is at 1 health. I forgot. Right, so with everyone long rested, we find ourselves a little later in the day. Just a couple of hours before the festivities are set to kick off. As you guys begin to awaken, we'll say, since you had mentioned, Lalia kind of wakes up just a little bit before everybody else.
Yeah, and I think she's gonna try to do this solo.
Go for it.
because she's thinking she might be more convincing on her own. For better or worse. But she is first going to go pay a visit to... Oh, goodness. Bop, bop, beat up, boop. The one guy whose name is not Charles that we've met here. The two, are they brothers? The guys, we killed one of them.
Oh, Dom and Yiskul.
Thank you, Dom and Yiskul. So she's going to go look for one or both of them. We'll aim for Yiskul first because, things with Dom. No, do I have that backwards?
Dom's the one you killed.
Yes, so Yiskul, because
Yep.
she hasn't accidentally killed him recently.
Yep, you would find him in his wizard tower.
Okay.
Looks like he's getting things prepared for this evening as you kind of approach. Are you knocking?
Yeah, absolutely.
As you knock on the door, you hear a magical sound, a popping sound as you know that Yiskul is teleported to the front door.
Yeah.
He kind of opens the door and he looks at it. Oh, yes, Lalia. How can I help you?
Could I step in for a moment, please? I have a question that requires some discretion.
Oh, sure. Come on in.
All right.
We want some privacy.
Sure.
Okay. He kind of walks you over to his teleport crystal. He says, just push your hand on here.
All right.
You find that both of you are instantly teleported to the top floor.
Fantastic.
He says, I've already set up anti-scrying and things like that for the work I've been doing the last few hours, so we should be safe here. So go ahead. How can I help?
All right. I don't know what may have gotten around in the last 8 hours, but during the first fight this morning, we were successful at eliminating Visor from being a problem for this evening.
Yes, I did hear that.
I know they were looking for a cleric. Do you know if they found one?
Well, they began looking around for one, but I don't think if he was revived at this point, he certainly would not be at full potential. But as far as I have heard, I don't believe he's back on his feet yet.
All right. So, I don't know much about these circlets, but I know that they can be removed if with some discomfort to the person wearing it, and I figure a dead guy is more compliant than a live guy, and so I'm thinking that maybe I could attempt to take the circlet off of him and his corpse, and I do have magics that could revive him, but before I do so, I have a question like, before he had circlet on, was he a good guy?
Yes, he was. He was a very godly type of person. He worshipped the sun god of all things, and the
That
town
would make a lot of sense, actually.
Well, yes, given that you fought him, he fights with the power of the sun. Quite a deadly individual. But the village that he takes care of, that he is an elder of, is they're well known for their farming capabilities and production, and they provide a lot of the foods and wines and things for our nation here. And yes, as far as I know, they're fairly happy, and he does a really good job of he himself working the fields and spreading the word of his God. So, from my understanding, I think he's a wonderful individual.
So he is someone that, should we remove the mind control device, we could trust him to then perhaps be on our side, at least not try to annihilate us. Maybe?
Well, I believe I certainly would, yes.
All right. So then my favor to you is, can you help me find him, get close enough, and maybe earn some privacy while I work what we will tell them is just the revivification magic, but will actually maybe be trying to not pry this guy's head off while I try to take off his crown.
Well, yes, I think I could help you with that. Well, obviously the first piece would be to figure out where he is. I'm not sure where they took him after the fights, but
Son of a bitch.
we can certainly figure that out. I still have some magics available to me. I can try and locate him.
The small scary one I travel with, I think, can also track people if you cannot.
So no, that's all right. Let me take a look here, and you watch as he pulls out his own crystal from his wardrobe and begins to push some of the glyphs and sigils on it. They begin to alight, and you see it kind of turn into almost like a scrying ball.
Mm-hmm.
As he's going to attempt to locate. Okay. So a few moments go by, and you watch as he begins to delve into this scrying ball. You don't see any images come up. It doesn't seem like he's able to share it.
Mm-hmm.
But you see that he is deep in concentration for a minute or so. And then he begins to pull back, and he looks over. He says, well, I'm not sure if this is good news or bad news or really how to take it yet, but it seems that, from what I can tell, he is still deceased, and they are holding his body in one of the sleeping chambers within the palace walls.
Oh dear. All right. Do you think you could gain us entry there?
Well, see, here's the thing. I have the ability to teleport within the castle itself. I believe I could probably take us directly to him. The only hesitation here is I can't guarantee who else might be with him, and whether those people would be welcoming to us. They may or may not have circlets, and as you've kind of pointed out, that if they do have circlets, there's a chance they might attack you, knowing who you are potentially. But it's a risk we take, but I can certainly get us in there.
I think my disguise self is a spell I have to learn, not one I can prepare. That's a bummer. Oh, no, maybe I can't learn disguise self. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. All right. And you think teleporting us there is more effective than going in the front door?
Most likely. Last I knew, outsiders were not welcome through the front gates right now. The palace is closed off to visitors and well-wishers or anything of that nature. Only the elders have passage within the walls because of our magics and our importance.
All right.
I think we could probably make a case that you're with me and should be allowed entry. It might seem a little odd, but we may be able to go through the front door if you wanted to try. So, some convincing would be in order.
No. We will try your method. I trust you. I'm trying to read spells at the same time as talking is what I'm doing. Since I took my 8 hour. No, we can give that a shot if you think that is best. I trust your judgment. I am not very good at the sneaking thing, but I'm going to give it my best shot.
All right.
I'm not a big fan of how much death happened today, and if we can maybe rectify some of it without tipping our hand to the enemy, I think that would be a good thing.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Okay, is it just you, or did you want to bring some of your friends in case it gets hairy?
I think it will be just me for right now. I can get us both out very quickly too, hopefully, maybe. I can't speak for the rest of the group.
All right, well, give me just a few minutes here to prepare some of the materials, and We can certainly make that happen.
All right.
He begins to go over to his closet and some of his stands and begin pulling together some magical materials and things. While he's working on that, I'll check in with everybody else who would be waking up now. So the rest of you over in the motel find yourselves awaking.
Calliope finds a note on the inside of the door that says, "Running errands, don't call me." Oh, yeah.
So as you all begin to wake up and kind of meander about and move around, I'll say, Grimsnare, you are also aware that the group that you met is now up and beginning to exit their chambers.
Okay. So, about what time is it?
Well, the party starts at midnight, so it's about 10 o'clock.
Okay. Alright. We've got about 2 hours till it's go time. What do you want to do, Bink? Okay. Nothing from Bink.
Xavier, you still with us?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's alright. You guys just woke up and Zanzidar is asking Bink some questions.
What would you like to do before it's party time?
Yeah, nothing much.
Okay. Kreider, what do you want to do?
I don't know. I mean, we're still missing an elder, and we don't know what the palace looks like. We're pretty sure that's where the dragon's at, and whatever you guys want to do, I guess.
Well, I would assume that if this is going to be a big gathering, then if we want to get good seats, we should probably camp out. However, if we don't care about the seats, which, I mean, I kind of don't care about the seats. I'm not a person who fights up close. So,
I mean, do we really need seats if we're not going to watch the show? I thought we were just going to rush the stage and attack the other elders and then the dragon if it showed up.
well, I mean, we're probably going to do that. However, do you want a whole bunch of people in your way before you get up to the stage to crush the elders and the dragon or whatnot?
I mean, I guess not. But I'm following your guys' lead because you're the leader.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I mean, we don't even know if the dragon's actually going to be there.
right. It would seem strange if it wasn't there.
Well, we don't know what's going on. There's supposed to be something big happening, so maybe if we could find out what the dragon's plans were, maybe see what it's up to beforehand. Or...
Above table, the last time that we saw the dragon, it was headed towards the palace.
Yep.
And then it disappeared.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like it was either headed into or behind the palace.
Well, if we want to go find the dragon, we should probably head towards the palace.
Well, there's the other elder guy, too. I don't know where he's at.
Yeah.
We could also just
What?
go get drunk, get some food.
No, we've done too much of that.
Oh, okay. Guess it's not gonna be much of a party then.
Party afterwards. Just not now. Yeah. In the meantime, you want to try my mug? As I hand him my chunky apple juice mug.
Sure. He raises your mug and starts drinking. And with the 4 on his intelligence, just keeps drinking.
Oh boy.
And a 2 on his intelligence, keeps drinking. You see his face is starting to get blue because he hasn't taken a breath yet.
Remember, yeah.
There we go.
Breathe.
He finally stops. I just never got down to the end of that thing. Good Lord, how much in there?
Yeah, it's endless.
I'm gonna have to poop soon. That was a lot of apples.
Oh my god.
Goodness gracious, man. It was all chunky and
I
stuff.
take back the mug. I take back the mug before he drowns himself out of idiocy.
Take it back. He kind of looked at me. He's like, that was like all chunky and stuff too. It felt like it was weird. You like that
Yeah,
stuff?
chunky apple juice is the best stuff on this planet.
I almost choked on the chunks a couple times. Is that like it's supposed to happen?
That's like the best part. Yeah.
What?
I mean, nothing.
You're weird.
Well,
Hey, look,
maybe we
everybody
should
has
go
their
get
life
out
in
of
this.
the room.
Thanks.
Well. What was that, Xandor?
We should probably go get out of the room before we truly decide what to do and meet up with Calliope and Lalia.
Alright, what about that ugly hairy fella we met earlier?
What about him?
Oh, is that you?
No. I'm Sam.
You sounded kind of like him for a second there.
No, this is
Oh.
Patrick.
Oh dear.
I thought maybe you was him for a second. I mean, he was going to help us, wasn't he? Maybe we should meet up with him too.
Yeah, I guess we could go meet up with him.
Alright, well, let's get out of this room. I'm going to have to fart soon, so. That was way too much apples. So you guys begin to head out of your room. Is Callie heading out?
Yep.
You meet up with Callie in the hallway.
Hey,
Hello.
where's Lalia? Wasn't she sleeping with you?
We had our own beds,
Oh,
but I think she's shopping.
you think she's shopping?
Yeah, that's what the note she left said, but I've never seen her shop before.
Haven't we all gone to Nettie's together?
I don't think that counts.
Oh, okay. Well, did you call her and see what she's actually doing?
No,
Okay.
she said not to.
Well, great. Okay. So, where do you think we should go then for this 2 hours?
Well, do you think there is an Eddie's here?
We could go look.
Maybe that's where Lalia is.
Okay, sounds like a good idea to me.
Then we won't call her and get in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, I think Zane will whisper this. If someone has to call her, let's have Bink do it.
Good plan.
And they'll start walking down the stairs.
Okay.
And I think at that point, Grimsnar's like standing by the stairs, leaning up against the wall. Hey, I went to the the seminar on that dual polymorphism. It was interesting, but not 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 as interesting as I thought it would be. Oh, okay. Did you figure out what kind of discipline that the elder uses for his fighting style would be? No, but it seems like he does a whole lot of alchemy. I don't know if you know what that is. Uh, yeah, it also seems like the chimeras are his slaves, even though he says they aren't, but they go everywhere with him. So there's that. Oh, good to know. So we're gonna have several multiple combatants in this fight that we're gonna have to worry about besides just the dragon and the 5 elders. Lovely. We're going to go look for a shop called Nettie's. All the shops are shut down until after this party thing. I tried to go shopping myself, but I didn't have any luck. Lovely. Well, there goes that plan.
And Lalia seems more suspicious. How is she shopping if all the shops are closed?
Hey, Pink, do you want to call Ollie for us? No? Okay.
Xavier, you with us?
Yeah.
Okay.
You did not hear me. No.
Yep.
We hear you now. I don't know
I
if
think my
we...
mic's going on and off. I don't know what changed. Sorry about that.
You're good. Did you have a reply to that or no?
That no.
Okay. I guess I'll do it then. Hey, Lalia, where you at? All the shops are shut down.
At this point, Lalia, you would be in the wizard's tower, like, waiting. 'Cause it took you a few minutes to get there. It took them a few minutes to do this. So, Yiskel is in the process of setting out all of his ingredients right now.
I think she'll just say, "I told you not to call me."
Well, you also told us that you would be shopping, and that apparently isn't true as well, so...
I'm still running errands, just not shopping. I'll be back
Oh.
soon.
Okay. Unless anybody else has a different plan. I mean, Zan's kind of looking towards going towards the palace.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
I mean, there's like, what, 2 or 3 other places that we haven't been to in the city so far, right?
So, based on the map, you guys haven't been in this area here, but that's all like just like gardens and entertainment areas. You have not been to this tower over here, which is close to the castle. And you have not been to this tower over here, which is also closer to the castle.
Sure.
And the palace itself.
Okay. And then what's to the left side?
Oh, sorry.
The big square area, temple looking area to the left.
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
Have we been there?
Yeah,
Are we
well,
there?
you guys haven't, but Grimsnare has.
Oh,
I was
okay.
seeing models. I
Gotcha.
wasn't sure what that was. Okay.
Yeah.
That was the stage area. The lecture hall.
The lecture. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll start walking towards the palace.
Cool. Alright, so that'll take you guys a little bit of time. So as you guys are doing that, we'll jump back to Lalia. Yesko kind of steps over to her and says, oh, alright, I've got everything together. Are you ready to give this a shot?
Let us do it.
Alright. Away go. Watch as he begins to cast, and this magical circle appears beneath your feet, and he just places a hand on your shoulder, and a few seconds go by, and you feel yourself, much like plane shift, being teleported through this space. You don't have to take damage because you're not changing planes.
Yay.
But you do teleport. Now I get to pick the room. I think I put those rooms in the back section. I need to be able to see the first floor, please. There we go.
I like to imagine we're floating and he's trying to find us.
Hold on a
Is
second.
this room? No.
This room.
I'm getting nauseous.
This room. This room. Hold on. Sorry. I should have looked ahead at all the rooms. I forgot where I put it.
You didn't necessarily know you were going to teleport in here, so don't feel bad.
Yeah. I think it was over. Uh-oh. My internet might be crashing.
Uh-oh.
Testing 1, 2.
Yep.
Still here.
Yep.
Yeah.
God damn, your spell
Something
is
just
too
lagged
strong.
out real hard.
The spell lagged out your internet.
Yep.
Yeah. I think I'm going to put them over here in this study. I don't know, it's going to take forever to figure out where the rooms are. So, I'm just going to give him a little makeshift bed here. Nope, that's not a bed.
That's what you get.
All right. Visor was this guy. Alright. So... Lalia, you find yourself arriving with Yiskel in this area. Seems like it's kind of like an office space slash an overlooking open air type of place. And you see that a bed has been set up, and you see the elder is currently unconscious, incapacitated, lying on the bed. Make a perception check for me.
Guidance. 17.
Okay. At the moment, you don't see anybody else in the room, though. This is kind of open air.
Great.
Doesn't even have windows. It just literally just has openings, and you can see behind you in the hallway 2 guards that are kind of those like iridescent, almost ghostly looking type individuals, but they have their back to the room at the moment.
She will whisper to Yiskel, "Do we think they are going to be a problem? Should we just tell them we're here for good reason, or should we try to be quiet?"
And kind of looks past you and, we might want to try and tell them since I'm here, but are you better at talking than I am? Because I'm not really great at it.
We can give it a shot. I just need you to make me more convincing by being you.
Okay.
You know, somebody important.
Alright, let's give it a shot.
Alright. Oh boy. So we will step out, I guess, from behind.
Yeah.
Lalia will tuck. She will tuck Zaidan away.
Yeah.
Like, be less intimidating.
Okay.
Smile.
All 150 of his spiked teeth.
Right.
Hey. So as you guys kind of step out and approach, you watch as these 2 beings kind of turn and look at you almost simultaneously. Hello. This part of the castle is currently restricted. We see you are with Elder Yiskel. Please, Elder Yiskel and partner, explain.
Yes, Elder Yiskel. Well met, ghost guards. Elder Yiskel here was helping with the search for a divine magic person to assist with the revivification of Elder Visor. I am one with such abilities, and I have come to offer my assistance.
Make a persuasion check.
All right.
Any
chance?
Yiskel is just kind of standing next to you with his hand up like, yep, that's me.
Any chance he gives me advantage, or either of these invisible folks are dwarves?
They are not dwarves, but you do get advantage because
Okay.
Yiskel is trying his best to help you. Like, yep, that was me. Yep.
It's been so long since my belt has helped me with this.
Just trying to be helpful.
Oh man, that is a 31.
Okay. So both of these beings kind of look at you and say, "Noted. Thank you for your assistance in trying to revive the Elder.
Yeah,
These-
you're welcome.
This assistance will be notated. We will let the king, current ruler, aware of your presence and your attempt to help. They will be notified shortly should they wish to come and assist you or reward you for your efforts."
Could you pray? You know, I get nervous with an audience. Could you give us 10 minutes before you notify him?
Message has already been sent, but we
Damn
will
it.
certainly let them know to delay to allow you to finish your deed.
Thank you. Shit. Alright, we're on the clock.
So Yiskel kind of looks at you like, we probably didn't want them to know, so you should go quick.
Alright, there we go. So as she walks back into the room, the first thing she's gonna do is waste all those spells she just got back and cast Detect Magic, looking at this guy's head, trying to determine if the circlet is maybe at least not magical at the moment.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you make your spell. As you're checking out the circlet, make a investigation check for me while you're at it.
Bitch. Okay. 9.
Okay.
I'm concentrating on detect magic, so I can't guide myself.
Something is different about the circlet.
Okay.
But I will tell you, you know for sure that this is the circlet you're looking for.
Okay.
This is, in fact, a mind-controlling circlet.
Okay.
It does currently register as a magical object,
Sure.
but it does not seem to be functioning.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be putting out any sort of magical essence, doesn't seem to be active.
Okay.
And as you're kind of filling with it and trying to piece it together, you see something that you haven't seen before on these circlets, because you haven't had the chance to really examine one closely.
Sure.
You've seen them while they're not on the head.
Mm-hmm.
But you see this circlet being on his head. You see 4 prongs at 4 different spots on the circlet that just kind of look like they sink into the skull.
Oh god. Okay. The guy's already dead, though, right?
Yep.
Let's not lobotomize him on accident. She's not the
And I'll
best.
say the one thing that you notice is while the circlet seems to be metallic, the spikes seem to be a combination of like metallic and bone. So it's almost just kind of like it fuses with their skeleton a little.
Jesus. Okay. Son of a bitch. So I've got all sorts of weapons in my bag. I'm gonna pull out something that has a blade, I guess. I don't know. I did not think this far ahead. Does it look like I could cut it or no? Like,
Yeah, it looked so the spikes going in look very thin, like
I see. Okay.
maybe like a pencil thin. Like they don't look thick.
Okay. Like, where's Aiden's stash of forging tools when that might be useful? Yeah, so I've got daggers, javelins, all sorts of things like that. She's just gonna pull out a blade and see if she can't, like, try to pry one of these out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you probably have plenty of small things like pocket knives, and you even have, if you have an adventurer's backpack, you have like pinions
Yeah, the pittons or whatever.
pittons or whatever.
Yep.
Like you have plenty of little things. Like I'm not going to stress that. So,
Okay.
how would you like to try and take it off? Are you going to try and shatter it? Are you going to try and cut it?
So you say it's part metal, part bone. Is it like the bone is coming out of the skull, or is it like I can see a point where they meet?
You can see, like, it looks like bone has come out of the skull and metal has come out of the circlet, and they've kind of met and combined. So there's like a gray area. There's not like a straight line.
Gotcha. Okay.
But you can see where they've kind of meshed. And like hammer-wise, you would also have like a rock hammer for the pittons.
Sure. So I think I don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing. I think she's going to be trying to break the spikes that are going into the skull in some way.
Okay. So I'll give you a couple of options here. You could try a strength check if you just want to try and do it by hand. If you want to like try and snap them or twist them in some way. I would give you a dexterity check if you wanted to try and use like a knife or something to cut it, to like a saw blade even, which you would probably have.
Okay.
Or a sleight of hand check if you wanted to try and use like some sort of bludgeoning force to break it.
Okay. So I think she is at least, no, not even at least, acutely aware that this is a being's skull. A being that she is hoping to not kill and also not leave dead,
Yeah.
but not bring back as a deadly enemy. So I think she would go for sleight of hand. Like she would be aiming for what is like a combination of using her muscles but doing so delicately in some way that is going to snap these in a way that only hurts the circlet and not the person. And so with that, and if that is sleight of hand, she's also going to put on her sleight of hand gloves.
Yeah. She's got her operating gloves on.
Put on her operating gloves. And she is going to take 6 more seconds and cast borrowed knowledge on herself, which will give her proficiency in sleight of hand for an hour.
Cool.
Which hopefully she won't need that long. So that's... Although actually now that I say that, I think my gloves just give me proficiency. Hold on. Let me make sure it's not. No, it's a +5 bonus to dexterity. Okay, so I get a +5, +6, so that takes my sleight of hand from a +2 to a +13.
Cool.
And that's what we're gonna do. We got 4 of them.
Yep.
Do I have to roll 4 times?
Yep.
Okay.
So we'll one by one. So go ahead and roll for the first one.
Okay. Gotta add 6 to this. So that is a 30.
Okay.
Woo!
So tell me what Lolly is
Hey.
doing to successfully break the first one.
I don't know. She's...
Or I could come up with something you prefer.
No, let me think about it. I'm just not very good at visualizing this stuff, and Michaela is squeamish about this stuff, so I don't even have like a good movie reference to draw on. She's going to take some cloth from her bag and wrap the end that is in the skull with that to kind of provide some cushion, and then she's going to use... like, I don't know how I would use a piton. I mean, if I were putting it in, I would use a piton, but I'm not putting it in his head. So she's going to take, I don't know, yeah, maybe you should, I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So
I'm
you
getting
kind of
lightheaded.
like wrap one side, and I'll say like you take a piton, and where it has a spike at the end, so you kind of take a hammer and make it flat.
Okay.
And then you set that on the part that's going into the skull. So this
Okay.
little like pencil basically.
Yeah,
And you set it on there and you just kind of slightly tap like you're trying to break a rock.
sure.
And you do, and you watch as it begins to crack.
Yeah.
And right where they're kind of meeting, and you give it just a good enough tap that it kind of shatters, and you see that a separation is made from the circlet and the bone.
Yep.
And as you do, you watch as the bone that is spiked out of the head begins to recede and go
Okay.
back into his skull. And the
Gross.
metal coming off of the piton also kind of recedes and goes back into, or off of the tiara.
Yeah.
Kind of recedes and forms back into the tiara.
All right. One down. We got this.
Yeah. So you start working on the second one.
Okay. Natural one.
So it's a total of 14.
It is a total of 14.
Okay. So the natural one is an auto fail, but
Okay.
your total of 14, you just meet. As you are kind of working on the second one, you place the piton just a little bit off and you break a little more bone than you meant to.
Okay.
But it still seems to have worked, and it's disconnected and the bone begins to go back. But you see this one kind of leaves a little bit of blood behind. Like it looks like maybe you scrapped his head, but
Yeah. We'll fix that in a minute. there. Ready.
And so you start making your way to the third. Before you get to the third one, make a perception check for me.
Oh, that's a decent roll. 22.
Okay. You begin to hear like some echoing footsteps. Like you're not sure how close, but it sounds like people are moving, things are moving, and you can just barely kind of pick up some conversation coming in through the window from somewhere outside. So somewhere deeper in the palace, somebody is conversing and people are moving.
All right.
You start working on the third one, so go ahead and make another sleight of hand.
28. And as she's working on this one, she's going to look at Yiskel and say, if we have to make a run for it, can we take him with us?
I can. It expelled a lot of my magic for the day, but if it's an emergency, yes.
I mean, I can get 2 of us out of here.
Well, I'd probably be the safest one to leave behind if it comes to that.
All right. Would that be a better plan to save some of your magics?
Potentially, if you don't need to get back in, I could walk out eventually.
Does he seem confident that that will work?
He seems pretty confident.
Okay, then that is the plan. Alright.
And I left my front door unlocked. Don't tell anybody else, but if you need to go there...
Okay.
He kind of goes back to just like watching the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So you start working on the third one.
Yep, so that's the 28.
Yep. So that one you manage to shatter it, and they both recede. And so you have one left, and you can see the tiara is starting to kind of dangle now.
Just wrench it off.
Yeah.
No?
Strength check.
I mean, it would have been easier, but she's trying to save him. Okay. Come on, little buddy. 30-20.
Okay. Yep, easy enough. You finally get the last one to snap. And as they recede, you can feel that the circlet is very loose now. It doesn't seem like it's being held on by anything.
So now here's an interaction that I don't remember how this works. Okay, so when people are dead, they're objects, aren't they?
Generally, if you're like dimension dooring or something like that, they would still count as a creature.
Okay, so you would let me dimension door?
Yeah.
Because Raise Dead, depending on how you want to work this with a scroll, takes 10 minutes to cast.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we have 10 minutes right now.
Not in this space, no.
So then, now that she's got his tiara off, she'll look over her shoulder at Yiskel and say, "You sure you're good?"
Yep, I'm good.
All right, and she'll grab this guy's shoulder and aim for somewhere. If she thinks she can reach Yiskel's tower, she'll aim for that. But she'll just think 500 feet out of the palace.
Okay. Are you
Not
pulling,
in the air.
Are you pulling the tiara off
Oh,
first?
yes. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
So you'll watch as the tiara, as you pull it off, it goes from this like shiny silver material, and it becomes like stone gray.
She's taking it with her too. She's not leaving that.
So you stash that, you place a hand on this dead elder, and you dimension door. So,
No one can die because I don't have Death Ward now.
why don't you have Death Ward?
Because I only have 1 4th level spell slot.
So, this tower is kind of this way. Let's see. Okay. So you would end up like here.
Yeah, because since we teleported in, she's not really sure beyond direction where they came from. So she's just.
So Lalia, you teleport, and you find yourself like standing, holding this body, like standing on the railing around this interesting building. Kind of like teetering and looking down at these treetops next to you, but you can see the towers in the distance.
All right, just got the body of the elder with me.
Yep.
She's gonna hop on her ascending stone. Be like,
This is marvelous.
all right, hello, I need assistance ASAP. I'm near the palace, but not in the palace.
So as you're sending this, we're gonna go back in time a little bit, because that took you at least a couple minutes. The rest of you were headed towards the palace. So how were you planning on getting there, and what were you planning, like what was your route to the palace? So that would be like Bink and Zan and Callie and Kreider.
Sorry, my mic was off. There's only that one walkway, yes?
Yep.
Okay. I think as we got up to the tree, right? Because the tree is where the party's supposed to be happening, the festival or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to be around the tree, and a bunch of people in all of the regular seating areas. So
I think Grim would have stayed by the tree to actually like save seats and blah 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 if people were coming back or whatever. But Zan would have taken the pathway up to the palace, and whoever wanted to be wherever they could be, you know.
Kreider will follow Zan.
Okay.
What about Bink?
Oh, go ahead. Bink, yes.
Yeah, I will follow suit with them.
All right. And Callie.
Absolutely will be fun. Yes.
Okay. So the four of you just casually start walking up towards the palace. You get to the front doors here, and you see a couple of these spiritual-looking beings kind of standing guard. And as you all step up to them, I'm just going to use Zan for now. You see that they kind of turn to you and hold out a hand. Hello, please state your business on the palace grounds.
We'd like to visit.
Unfortunately, the palace is currently closed to outside visitors.
Why is that?
During this time, our king, current leader, has elected to prepare in private.
Are these automatons? Are they like holograms, or are they actual physical guards?
As far as you can tell right now, they kind of look like intangible ghosts.
Okay.
Though they seem to speak in unison, saying the same thing, which is certainly odd.
And one of them had like a hand out to stop us.
Yeah, both of them put out a hand.
Almost realizing that these things aren't like tangible, could Zan try and place his hand like through this automation?
Sure. So as you begin to put your hand through this almost spiritual type being, like you find that your hand passes through initially, but then almost gets like slingshot back by some sort of force that you can't see.
Is it spellcraft work?
I'm not sure. You can make an Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
You got this, buddy.
Yay. Oh, bad roll. 17.
You gather that these things, to the best of your knowledge, were created magically, probably. They're not automatons necessarily. Not that those are really even in the world very commonly. But you gather that these are some sort of magically created beings. I would say probably somewhere in the vein of like unseen servants, but you can see them.
Gotcha. A few hours ago, we saw a dragon fly into the palace. Would you happen to know anything about that?
Both of the beings just kind of stare at you blankly and they don't respond.
Is this dragon friendly? Why are you not concerned?
At the are not concerned part they speak of, our current leader has his own priorities. This is a subject matter we've been told not to speak about. Any questions could be written and sent in to the leader, and they may be answered in a timely manner.
Who is the current leader?
Our current sovereign is our current leader.
That wasn't very helpful. Bait, do you have any ideas?
Not really.
Would you like to submit a formal request? And you watch as one of them produces a piece of paper and a pencil.
A formal request for entry?
For entry, to speak with our leader, or any other concerns.
Yeah, I would.
Okay. And it hands you the paper.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Please write down your request, and we will ensure that it is sent to our current leader.
Callie,
Yeah?
would you write what we want on the piece of paper and give it back to them?
Sure. She writes entry and dead bodies. No. Anything else?
I'm not really sure. Maybe a picture of their current leader.
Do you want a photo with them or just of them?
Probably of them. I would think that if this current leader is not a good leader, I don't think I want a picture with him.
Okay. Calliope fills that in.
Yep. So Calliope, as you're writing this, about the time you finish up and begin to hand it over, you guys hear the sending stone message from Lalia. Announcing that she needs help and she's somewhere near the castle.
I think
Oh, we're at the front gates.
I cannot go there. I should avoid that. I can maybe get to Yiskel's tower. But I need to meet you there.
And you need help with your errands?
Yep,
Question mark.
exactly that. About too many peaches. And they're too heavy.
We'll send Kreider.
Xandadar, get your butt to Yiskel's tower. I don't care if you are in charge.
Okay, fine. I guess we're going to Kreider's tower. No. Dom's tower. No, Yeskel's tower. That's who. Okay.
You know, one of those. Lolly is going to adjust her grip on this dude. Visor. It's throwing me off that we've had Harkin. And pop out her wings and fly as stealthily as possible
Yeah.
to Yiskel's.
Well, good thing is, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of people on the treetops.
Right?
So you do manage to fly yourself over to Yiskel's tower.
Okay. And she'll go inside
Yep.
since it's unlocked.
So stepping in, you see the tower. Are you taking the steps up, or are you going to try and use the teleport stone?
I'll wait for everybody else. No, I'll use the teleport stone. Who knows how long they're going to be. Sansadar sounded like he might drag his feet a little bit.
So...
She'll just say, I'll be upstairs when you get here. The door's unlocked.
Okay.
You put yourself upstairs. You have...
Put him on the bed.
Visor. The rest of you are headed that way, so...
Was there a time frame on the written request thing? Just curious.
As you hand it in before you leave, the creature just says, "Thank you for your concern. This will be forwarded to our current leader and answered in a timely manner."
Ah. Well, that's not very helpful.
We're glad we were able to assist you today.
Just walks away.
Oh boy. Alright, so you guys are headed to the tower.
Yep.
Yep.
So as you guys make your way there, it only takes you a few minutes. You know where you're going. You find yourself at the door, which is unlocked and opened. And you all begin to make your way upstairs as well. And you all find in the top of Yiskel's tower, Lalia. Currently standing next to Elder Visor, who is dead and unconscious on the bed.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Hey, look, Callie. She brought you a body.
Yeah, no, I did not. This body, we are not going to leave dead.
Why not?
Because I have removed his circlet and we might be able to use his help. Either his knowledge or his actual skills against the still circleted people.
Oh. Okay. You don't think they're gonna be missing him?
Oh no, they definitely are. But if he wakes up, then maybe he can just be like, oh yeah, the lovely cleric revived me and I decided to head home. Like a normal person.
Well, I guess we won't know that until we actually wake him up.
And if he doesn't agree, we can just kill him again. And then we're right back where we were, and we'll just return his body and call it a day. Or we can hide his body.
Sounds like a plan.
We are talking about this way too nonchalantly. Oh my god. Let's hide the body, just like yeets it off the city. Can never be found again.
Lalia is stressed. She did not think this all the way through. She's making it up as she goes along, which is not her preferred MO. Well, if you can keep an eye out for Yiscol, he'll hopefully be along. I kind of left him in the tower. Or in the palace. I will get to work on trying to wake this guy back up.
So, wait, you were in the palace?
Yeah, why?
Was there anybody else in there?
Some of those ghosty guard things.
But you didn't meet the ruler or whatever.
I heard some voices, but I was pretty much focused on not lobotomizing this person when I was trying to remove the circlet.
Okay. And then what happens? Because they obviously knew this guy was in the palace to be, what, revived?
Probably, or at least guarded until he could be.
And then how'd you guys get in there?
I don't know, it's some wizard shit.
Okay.
I tell you what though, Yiskel's terrible at directions.
That
Took us a while to
makes
find the right
sense.
room.
So, you and Yiskel went into the palace. You found this guy. You decided to rip the circlet off his head, and then you left Yiskel in there?
Yeah, he said that he could just walk out.
So what happens when the guards realize that you guys took this body and Yiskel helped?
Maybe they
I mean-
won't realize.
Yeah, let's hope not.
Listen, we were operating under very stressful circumstances. I asked him if he wanted to go or if he was okay staying, and he told me he felt pretty good about staying.
Okay. I just hope whoever was monitoring this guy doesn't realize that Yeskel's the turncoat and then decides to circlet him.
Yeah, me too. I only have one more raised dead scroll.
Oh, I was thinking more along the lines of I didn't want to fight Yeskel, but
Yeah, that too.
sure, we'll go with that.
It's too bad none of us have a way of contacting him.
Mm, yep.
Oh, Sending, how useful you would be right now. I guess Calliope will just go, she'll be like, I can try. And she'll, like, start pointing towards the palace and just repeating over and over again, yes, call. Can you hear me?
With message?
Yeah.
What's the distance on message?
120 feet.
Yeah, nope. Nope.
You know, maybe he'll come outside.
Yeah, what is 120 feet from the tower get you? Just past the other tower.
Yeah, she's trying.
Yeah. But it might be a second. You know.
Yep, she's got this. I don't think anything she's picked up gives her Sending. She's got scrying. I could scry on him.
If we don't hear from him in an hour, maybe that's a plan.
Okay. Alright. Well, Lalia will start tuning everybody out and work on her raised dead.
Yep. So, question for those of you that showed up after Lalia, did you take the teleporter up or did you walk the stairs?
Probably walk the stairs.
Okay. Let's see, because you guys haven't seen his wizard tower yet, so I'll let you see what you saw on your way through. So you would have seen basically all of that.
Oh.
He has
Okay.
a base floor very much like Dom's. So on the second floor you see in the corner is a very large looking, it almost looks like a flesh golem that isn't moving, along with some chests kind of like Dom had in his tower. And then you made it to the top, so.
Huh.
Just to give you some fuel. Very similar tower.
Gotcha.
But he has a creature of some sorts in his.
Still
Neat.
far too short for Zanzibar's taste, right?
Yeah. I mean, the other towers were bigger than these two, right? The ones we walked past to get to the palace.
They were certain this one was probably about the same size, maybe a little bit bigger, and this one seems more like. This one is definitely bigger, and it's wider on top.
Definitely like the design of the other one more, though.
Oh, this guy?
Yep. The dual rings of fire on the top.
Yeah. So, over the course of the next 10 minutes or so, Lalia, you use your scroll and you cast Raise Dead. And you find Elder Visor beginning to come to, and he kind of looks up and looks at you over him, and he's like, oh, are you come back to finish me off again?
Not quite. Good match, by the way.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Other than probably a little bit like death.
Yep. There's not quite as many voices in my head now.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember about the voices from before?
They were having me do a lot of weird things.
Weird things like what?
I don't know, they make me go into these meetings and forcing me to punch people and had some weird thoughts. Well, it made me. I can't remember everything, but something to do with circlets and writing something on them.
Oh. Circlets like this, and she'll pull it out of her bag.
Oh! Yeah! Wait, was that on me?
Yes, it was.
He kind of lifts up and feels his head and pulls away a couple bloody fingers. Oh! I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, well, I am not a neurosurgeon, but you know.
But that thing was on my brain?
It was.
Alright, let's not think about that. Yeah, some symbol Harkin gave me. That was weird. But anyways, thanks for getting that off.
A symbol Harkin gave you. What symbol?
What? Oh, I think it's on mine.
Alright, Alia will look at. I mean, she saw writing, but she'll look more closely at it.
As you look over it, you do see a magical symbol. It kind of looks like a glyph that has been etched into the tiara. Yeah, it's something about he needed that etched on. I don't know what it does. I have no clue, but I put it on a bunch of those tiaras around town.
Hey, Zanzadar, you want to come take a look at this?
Sure. Been dying to get my hands on one of these.
What do you think the symbol means?
Have I seen the symbol before?
You can make an Arcana check.
Yay. Come on, high roll.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty high DC.
26.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay. It's definitely magical. It's definitely some sort of magical symbol, but it's not a school of magic you're familiar with. You really can't identify what it is or what it does.
Gotcha.
Do you
I got no clue.
Bummer.
Did you leave Grim Snare at the seats?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Didn't pick him up. Walked past too fast.
Mm-hmm.
So, how many? You say you put this on a lot of circlets?
Yeah, a couple hundred. Like everybody in town that had one, I think.
How many was that?
I just said a couple hundred.
I'm sorry, I was doing something very important that was not listening. There are a couple hundred circlets?
Yeah, about half the town.
Oh,
At least
dear.
what's left. Half of what's left. Man, this town got messed up. Where the heck was I? Why was I doing all this crazy crap?
Well, that is what the circlets do. They are mind control devices.
What?
Yeah. They are powered by the first aboleth.
The who? That. Now
I
you're
know
just
it
talking
sounds
fairy
like
tales.
Santa Claus, but no, it's real. We've met him. He is not fun.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it since you got this thing off me, but that sounds like a whole mess of trouble.
You can also talk to Yiskel and Dom about it. They figured out what was going on, and they've had fake circlets on this whole time.
Well, good for them.
Yeah. But, you know, initially we were thinking it would just be your elder group that had the circlets on, but if everybody has them on, we're in a lot of trouble.
I suppose so.
You know, the circlets are allowing people to be mind controlled into helping spread the control and power of the aboleth and his followers.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it's not. And I think your big event this evening is meant to be some kind of climactic experience. But
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? That kind of makes sense. The performance that I was going to do is not something I would ever really do. Huh.
what were you going to do?
Well, I was going to explode and catch the whole place on fire. My fire's about the only thing that can burn these trees. Yeah, that sure would have been weird, wouldn't it?
Weird is not the word I would use.
Well,
Would you have died?
would I have died?
Yeah.
No, it's my fire.
Oh.
Well, it's kind of my fire. When I started following the Sun Lord, he gave me some blessings, and well, I absorbed this thing called a living sun,
Wow.
Huh. Okay.
or living star, whatever you want to call it. It's a creature of the cosmos, basically. He lives inside me.
Sounds like a terrible pitch for Christianity.
Yeah.
I absorbed the sun. He lives inside me. Sorry. Yeah, speaking of deities, as a fellow godfather to another, I would maybe not reach out to your sun god right away.
Yeah, why is that?
It seems that the aboleth is strong enough and convincing enough that he has been able to take over the mind of some gods, and it's unclear who and how many. I haven't been able to talk to Scarrett for weeks now.
Well, that's kind of messed up.
Yeah, you're telling me.
What's y'all's part in this?
Huh. We just happen to be the stinkers who are in the room at the right time to be handed the responsibility of trying to stop this.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I suppose I can do my best to help you, but I'm not feeling 100% right now, and from the looks of outside, I don't think we got a whole lot of time till this shindig kicks off, so...
Do you think you could at least play a convincing role as someone who was revived fortuitously but is still under the control of the circlet?
I mean, I guess so, but...
And how are we gonna do that? I mean, unless we put this thing back on him, it's not like we have any fakes lying around.
Could we see the circlet during the day? Beforehand? Was it on display?
His was.
Well, we know that Yiskol and Dom are good at making fake ones.
Yeah, that's true, but we would need one of them.
Yeah. Have we heard from Yiskol yet?
I was going to say, at this point, you guys hear a small magical popping sound as Yiskol appears in the room, looking a little winded. Oh, well, I got out of there.
Well, good. Welcome back.
Yep. You want the good news or the bad news first?
The bad news.
Well, you see, here's the thing. I like you, and we're friends, and I'm gonna help you. Promise not to get mad.
Sure.
All right,
Sam starts to light up his hands with electricity.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Boy.
It's just her.
Just Lalia.
I guess they probably know the rest of you too, but I kind of made you a scapegoat.
I am not a goat.
That's a figure of speech. I threw you under the proverbial cart.
Oh, that's fine.
All right, because I told him you kidnapped him.
I mean, I did, so actually you get 2 points for telling the truth. Good job.
All right, well, that means they're looking for you now, even more than they were before, so.
Hey. Hey, Bink.
Yeah.
Do you still have that horse costume?
Yeah.
Because I may have to wear it this evening.
Come on, spit it out!
Sorry. No, do you still have my horse costume from your disguise kit?
Hank just like rustles through his little bag. Yeah.
Because I may need to wear it this evening.
You're gonna be a full horse?
Yeah, I'm on the lamb now.
Oh boy. Okay, here. I'll give it to you.
Your full body horse
My
head is
poor-
now in your hands.
Fantastic. Problem solved. See?
It's like magic activate. Full horse. Go. You just see like this like derpy ass front headed horse.
Exactly.
Eyes looking like totally left and right. Tongue out.
Yiskell just kind of looks at this thing in your hands. He's like, well, I guess that might work. But you guys are weird.
Yep.
But anyways, the good news is I got out.
That is very good news.
And I know what the leader looks like.
What's the leader look like?
Hold on a second here. And he begins to use conjure image. And you see that this image that he provides you is this very tall, like middle-aged looking elvish figure. He is very pale white skin, very long blonde hair, very loose flowing robes. And these robes are like greens and purples, kind of like veiny structures on this black base. And you see that the elf's face is fairly pristine, except you see these veins of what look like purple glass running through his forehead and his cheek, down his neck into his robes. And you see these purple veins coming out on his fingertips as well. And they don't look like regular veins. They look like glass or like rock. He said, "This is what he looked like when he talked to me."
Oh, okay.
And I got a pretty good look at the palace, and I didn't see no dragon.
So it was either minor illusion or this dragon can shapeshift.
Wouldn't be the first one we've encountered. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it took the form of a dragon that could shapeshift. That's a pretty powerful dragon.
Yeah.
That's true.
I did see one thing that was dragon-esque, though, I guess. I saw this footprint on the backgrounds, and it was huge. Like, I swear that foot had to have been like, I don't know, 40 or 50 feet across.
Okay. So, different question then. How quickly can you make a fake circlet?
Well, I got a handful in the closet still.
Oh, good. We're gonna need them.
Okay. He kind of walks over and pulls a couple out, and he hands you one. Well, there you go. What's it for?
So I'm sure you know the other elder here.
He kind of looks past you and look over. Oh, Visor! Oh shit! Wait, did you get a circlet off?
Yep.
Well, hot diggity. Yeah, that'll work. Visor kind of looks over. He's like, oh, just go away. I'm feeling all right. Yeah, they got off me. It feels a whole lot better. Yeah, it will. There's a lot of stuff we're gonna have to catch you up on, I think. He kind of looks back at you, Zan, and he says, well, yeah, it's all yours. You can take as many of them as you want.
Here's a curiosity.
Yep.
Do we have to dress Lolly up if we just put a fake circlet on her?
I'm pretty sure that the one controlling the circlets is... Well, they probably won't. I mean, me and Dom got away with it for a while, so maybe that'd work. But I'm not gonna lie, I think the horse costume would be a lot more fun than a fake circlet.
It's probably hard to fight in a horse costume, I would think, but your
What are you
choice,
talking
Lolly.
about? You got the person in the front and the person in the back to cover each other.
Yiskell kind of looks at Lolly and he says, I guess that's your choice. If you want to try wearing a fake circlet to trick them instead, you can. I got a couple dozen, actually, so...
Do we think that would be enough?
I don't know, I'm just throwing ideas out there.
I mean, it would be more comfortable. No offense, Pink. I do love your ingenuity with this costume, but it's very hard to see.
What? Give me a sec. I take it, and then I
Oh, no.
and then I poke 2 eye holes down the front. Okay, try it now.
You mean you didn't even put eye holes in it to begin with?
No, I made fake horse eye holes or eyeballs so they can't see your eye holes. They look weird.
Alright, maybe we try the circular thing.
Am I putting it away?
Just for now.
Okay. I saddeningly put it back in my bag. As you see this like creepy horse upper torso body get put back in my bag.
I love it. Yiskell hands you one of his fake tiaras. So there you go.
Alright. She'll put it on.
I'm gonna take one as well.
Cool. And he also hands you one. He kind of looks over at you, Bink, and he's like, you want a fake one too?
Sure. Yeah.
Alright, there you go. Kreider's like, I want one. Here you go. He looks at Callie. He's like, you're the only one. Do you want a tiara?
Absolutely. I'm just sad it's fake.
I mean, it's still made out of metal. It's just not mind controlled. He hands you one
So,
too.
how many more of those raised dead spells do you have?
None. That was it.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, that kind of sucks. And all the shops are closed. So, here's what I was thinking. We could kill this guy again. Put the fake tiara on him. Teleport him back into the chamber where you found him. And let them raise him from the dead so he could do the demonstration tonight.
Visor kind of raises his hand. He goes, I'd prefer if you just didn't kill me again.
I think he meant Harkin, but don't worry, we're not going to. Oh wait, no, it is Varzor. Sorry. Oh, I'm so confused.
I'm about to say.
Too many people.
No, you guys haven't met Harkin.
That's right. That's right.
Are you convincing enough to play dead?
I mean, I don't think it matters how I came back to life. If I got a fake tiara, I'd just tell them the cleric found me.
Or you could tell them that when you came back up to life, you were able to overpower me.
Yeah, that would work too, I think.
Or you could just tell them that she brought you back to life and she's a good person. Quotation mark.
Yeah,
I mean, I
probably.
am a good person, so that works out great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they know that you got rid of my tiara. Maybe they would just think you tried and then you failed when you brought me back and I beat you up.
Yeah, that. Or I brought you back and I already had the tiara on,
Yeah, that's possible.
and so I didn't worry about taking your tiara off because why would I if I have my own?
Fair point.
However, if we weren't good people and we wanted to go with kidnapping, what other sort of valuables do you have on you?
Me?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Damn it.
I fight with my fists. I'm a follower of my God. Most people would consider me like a monk. We don't have a whole lot of earthly possessions. I might have some leftover like vegetables in my pockets, and he starts rummaging through his pockets.
Nope, don't want them. I was just trying to figure out a reason why we would kidnap your body. Other than to take the circlet off you, because that seems like the most.
He watches. He like sits up and flexes. He's like, "Well, I am quite desirable, so maybe you just had a crush."
Oh yeah, definitely necrophilia. That's why we definitely kidnapped your body.
That's why
That'll
you brought
go
me
over
back to
real.
life.
Oh God.
No, that's why you brought me back to life, because I was dead and you had a crush on me and you couldn't bear to see me dead.
Yeah, I suppose that would work if Lolly wanted to lie to everybody.
Seeming like a better and better idea today.
No, I think we'll just go with the plan that you tried to revive me and you had your own circlet on, and maybe you just weren't aware of the plans because you were newly acquired.
That sounds like a great plan right there.
Says, well, wonderful. I think I'm going to go take a nap somewhere then.
Another question.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the leader of this town?
Not that I can recall. I mean, I know that it's not the king anymore. But, besides that image that Yiskel just gave us, I don't remember that individual at all.
So most likely, every person in this town doesn't know who that is.
Probably not.
Okay. Alright, that's it. I don't have any more questions.
Oh, okay. Yiskel kind of walks over and says, well, I'll take them and I'll get them filled in and let them know what's going on, catch them up, and see, maybe give him a role to help us out. We're going to need as many elders as we can to hold back some of these people with tiaras.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Visor stands and kind of leans on Yiskel's arm and says, yeah, and if you guys
You know, it might be worthwhile to see if you can get any information out of Harkin to figure out what those symbols are about. I get the feeling it was something big, but I don't remember, so. Good luck to you. I'm gonna get a rest in.
Okay.
Let me see. He starts to follow Yisquil kind of down the stairs into another room.
Alright, so now we have to go find this Harkin, wherever he is.
Mm-hmm. By the way, where's our new friend?
Oh, he wanted to camp out for the festival. Make sure he got at least a good seat. I think he's saving the rest of us seats, but not exactly sure.
Yeah, I would say you guys do remember that Harkin was the one giving the lecture. And I think Grimsnare bought his ticket in front of you all, so.
Mhm.
Or at least told us he was going.
Yep.
Well, he went to that lecture that Tarkin gave, right?
Yeah, he did.
So maybe we should ask him to help us go find Tarkin and talk to him.
Yeah, we could try it.
Alright.
Off to the festival ground.
Cool. Well, so you guys begin to make your way over to the Tree of Souls. Now let's go ahead and take a bathroom break real quick. Since
Okay.
we're about halfway.
Okay.
And we can reset with meeting up with Grimsnare.
Commissioner!
Cool. Alright, we'll be back in just a minute. jumping back in, you guys have revived Elder Visor, gotten him on your side, and made a little more headway into some of what's going on this evening, but you guys have headed back towards the fairgrounds to reconnect with Grimsnare before deciding what your next course of action is. I'd say at this point, you guys have probably burned through about a half an hour, so you got another hour and a half or so until the festivities start. So you can see that the fairground is starting to fill up a little bit. Doesn't look like there's a whole ton of seating down here, but you do see that Grimsnare has snagged a seat for himself and half a dozen for you guys as you approach.
Hello there.
I was waiting. I was like, don't make me talk to myself again.
I was hoping you would.
Oh.
We're wondering, we would like, could you come with us for a minute?
Or
Calliope
just put
can
my
save
jacket
the
down.
seats.
Do what?
Calliope can save the seats.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
but I want to come. No, you should stay here. This is not any fun.
So what's going on?
Let's step away here a little bit. That lecture you went to earlier today from Harkin,
Yeah. What about it?
we were wondering if maybe you could go approach him with some follow-up questions.
Well, I would, but I don't know where he's at right now. After the lecture, he disappeared.
And you are not sure where he may have gone?
No, I didn't see him go anywhere. I mean, he was in the lecture hall and then he wasn't. And he hasn't come around here. I assume that these elders, they would have come down to the fairground maybe early to get set up for whatever was going on, but doesn't seem like that's the case.
Yeah. Well, we need to find him to ask him a question before the festivities kick off.
Where'd you last see him?
We've never seen him. You're the only one who's seen him.
Oh, that was Am talking.
Oh, sorry. This is so funny.
I love it.
Oh dear.
Well, I saw him in the lecture hall. And you see that big tower off to the left? It's over there. I mean, I didn't go look around in there, but if that's his experimentation grounds, it would seem to be the case that he would be in there. Well, let's go check over there then.
Let's do it.
Are we having Callie stay here to save the seats, or are we having Grim stay here?
We will have Callie stay here. But, yep, no buts. Callie's staying here.
Alright, I guess the rest of us will walk over that way.
So you're headed to the lecture hall.
Yep.
Okay. As you step into the lecture hall, you can see that there's still some people milling about. Looks like some people are still talking and comparing notes from the earlier lecture, but you don't see Harkin in there at the moment. Some things that you do see is there are a couple of doors on the back of the stage that seem to lead to some sort of back area. You also see that there are still some leftovers from the lecture. You see some notes and some things on boards. Everybody that went in, make a perception check for me.
Okay. I think would Grimsnar have been close enough to be able to smell Harkin?
Probably not. There was probably a lot going on in there. And the
Gotcha.
Chimera would have had an overbearing smell.
Gotcha. Knowing that the Chimera travels with Harkin, could he use his nose on that?
If you're specifically looking for the Chimera, yeah.
Okay. $21 from Zan, 23 from Grimsnar.
Okay. Did I get one from Bink?
I thought I clicked it.
Okay.
It's just standing there.
Oop.
Do I click it again? It's like on the halfway point between. I don't know what's happening.
Yep,
Do I
probably just click it again.
Yeah, it like landed on the perfect angle. It never got a number. Yeah, okay, 11. But, 17 because of the plus 6.
There we go.
Valia actually got an 11.
Yeah. So Grimsnare, you still smell some faint traces of the Chimera, but you don't smell anything that would alert you to it currently being present.
Gotcha.
But some things that Zanzibar picks up on and Bink picks up on is you see some of the notes left on some of the boards around the lecture area, and you notice some more strange symbols and glyphs that you don't recognize. They look similar to the one that Zan, you saw on the tiara that you took off of Visor.
Gotcha. Well, this, and Zane will hold it up next to the symbols on the wall. This looks like that, but I can't tell what any of this is. Does it look like any sort of maybe writing or anything? Bink, you're really good at, like, reading stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty good at it. Give me a sec.
Ben could make an Arcana check.
Yeah, I could do that. Nat 20.
Hey,
Nice.
Very well done.
I'm that good. Yeah, pretty good. Nat 20. Still pretty good.
Okay. So looking at these symbols, Bink, you can definitely tell that the symbols on the board match up with the symbol that is on the tiara. So they are definitely of the same nature, but additionally, the magic that these are used for is not a school of magic that you know, Bink. Is Grimsnare paying attention?
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit.
Grimsnare knows what they are.
Oh my.
Okay.
In fact, he has a folder of handouts with them on it.
Oh, okay.
He has it like stamped on his forehead.
I guess he'll pull out the leaflet and start matching it up.
So it looks like this is kind of some kind of alchemy based thing. If I had to guess, it's probably the polymorphism that he was talking about.
Grimsnare, make an investigation check.
A 3?
Aw,
Okay.
Grimsnare.
Yeah, being the one holding the research notes and looking at these symbols, you were paying attention, but it was a lot of information that kind of went over your head, so you're not really sure what's going on.
Does anyone else have better investigation?
Calliope does, but she's not here.
Oops.
I mean, Lalia is better than 0, but not by a lot. What about Bink has good investigation?
Bink, do you want to try and quickly read over the papers and see if you can match anything up?
Sure, yeah, I'll go at it.
Okay.
Bink.
Make an investigation check.
Come on, natural 20.
2 in a row.
Yeah, 17.
I mean, that's not bad.
Nice.
Okay. I'll say since you have Grimsnare, go ahead and roll it again. Take advantage.
Alrighty. That is worse. Never mind.
Okay. That's okay. I was just gonna see if maybe you got a nat 20 or something ridiculous, but as you are reading through these papers, it takes you a little bit of time, Bink. Probably like maybe 5 or 10 minutes of really trying to read and match up, and you definitely have the intelligence and the magical know-how that you begin to piece it together. Kind of quickly, like talking with Grimsnare a little bit about the presentation and what it was about, you're able to eventually deduce that the symbol that is on the tiara is the symbol that is used for the duopolymorphism. Moreover, the symbol that is on the tiaras is a symbol that would mark an alchemical ingredient. So you gather that whatever had this symbol on it would be combined with other things that had that symbol on it.
So what is a bank?
Sorry, my mic is having problems today.
You're good.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Zane was asking, like, so what are the symbols?
No, I mean, Chris, I didn't hear that part.
Oh,
Oh, so
Sorry.
that's
No,
all right.
yeah, sorry about that.
So you found that the symbol on the tiara is a marker for what's used in duopolymorphism. That symbol basically says that this is whatever has this symbol on it is an alchemical ingredient, and it will be combined with other things that have this symbol on it.
Alrighty. It has to do with dual polymorphism. I don't I can't say that verbatim. I'm sorry.
You got it. That's perfect.
Oh dear. That does not sound good.
Do any of you know what that is? Cause I mean I know what polymorph is, but like dual polymorphism?
I think that is the lecture that Grimsnar sat in on.
Huh.
Basically, it's taking several things smashing them together to make a new thing.
What, like a chimera?
Exactly like that.
Oh, God. Well, that's what it says, apparently.
However, since all these people who have tiaras on them are humanoid, elf, or gnome, it's gonna be some kind of like flesh golem thing. Is that the
That's
gist of it?
horrible.
That does not sound like fun at all, no.
Hopefully it's a flesh golem and not a centipede.
Ugh.
Kreider raises his hand.
What's up?
So are you telling me that this Harkin guy is gonna take 280 something townsfolk and smush them all together and make a big creature?
Sounds
Yep.
like it.
That's pretty messed up.
We gotta stop him from doing it.
But we don't know where he is.
I could find him. Oh wait, no, Calliope's not there. I would try to locate him, but I had to dimension door Visor and me out of the palace.
Hang on.
Yeah, if we know his location, I can use my cube.
We don't know his location, that's the problem.
I know, but when we do find out where he is, we can use my cube and go there immediately.
Oh, that would be handy.
You said there were doors where the stage is?
Yep. In the back of the stage, there's a couple doors.
I guess Sam will try one to see where it leads.
Mm-hmm. You want the left one or the middle one?
Middle.
Okay. So as you walk up and you open this door, you see that it leads to a chamber in the back that has a door on either side. This looks like kind of like just like a green room type area. It just looks like this is kind of like a staging area, maybe just like a backstage type. Like I said, as you can see that on either side of this room are 2 additional doors.
Okay. From the doorway facing in to Zane will go to the left side.
So this one?
Test the door. Yeah.
Yep. It opens right up. And in here you can see it's kind of a staging area. You see a table laid out, and you see like some wardrobes. Looks like maybe places to keep like costumes and like a vanity that looks like it's probably stocked with like makeup and stuff like that. So you gather this is probably like a dressing room or a costume storage type room, just a place for whoever is performing to store things. And currently you don't see that it's stocked with very much. It looks like it's been recently cleaned out.
Gotcha.
That Harkin probably wasn't using this area.
Yep. Go over and try and open up the other door.
Mm-hmm. On the other side, you can see like a kind of like a lounge area, like a sitting area. There's a little desk here, and around this area, you can see a plethora of like half-drunken tankards and books and notebooks that are just open and strewn about with more of that alchemic writing. It looks like Harkin was probably using this place as like a study area for his lecture and things like that. And there's a lot of material that's been left strewn about in here.
Hey guys, I found some research notes. Maybe.
Maybe.
I think Zan will start going through it. See if there's anything valuable.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody gonna help him?
I mean, Lolly can give it her best shot.
Okay. So I'll give you one more investigation check to see what you can uncover here. And whoever wants to make it can have advantage.
A 19.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
So, as you're kind of moving your way through some of these papers, and that was Grimsnare that made it. So,
Oops. Sorry.
no, that's right. That's a good thing.
I mean, he did great.
Yeah. He has the most knowledge of this operation anyway, so it's probably best that he finds some of this. So, piecing together some things that you got in the lecture and some of the additional notes that you've read and just having a general understanding, you do find the plans for a massive alchemical process. You see research notes that are leading to the same conclusion you guys got to. The thought or the experiment or the process behind combining dozens, if not hundreds of souls into one large being, and how that would work and what it would require. And you find something of note that in order for most of these processes to happen, even with the smaller alchemy processes and spells, and Grimsnare learned this, is generally to set up a spell like this, there is a material component, which is the people, or the beings or creatures or objects. But on top of that, there's also a spell circle that has to be created. So generally a circle with certain images or certain glyphs or certain symbols written around or inside of it. And you find some very specific notes about a massive use of this spell requiring a very large circle. And attached to that, you see the current layout of the fireworks display utilizing the strands that connect each wand being in a very specific configuration, with the Tree of Souls being at the center. So it kind of seems like that configuration that's made by the fireworks strings is forming an alchemical circle.
Okay. So we get that. And the fireworks. So probably not really a way to stop that right now. As far as maybe talking to the gnomes. Of course, they're probably all drunk by now, but who knows?
Do you think all the fireworks stations are guarded?
Have we walked by any fireworks stations?
No.
Would we know that?
It doesn't
Okay.
look like there's many stations. You just know that the fireworks and the strings that attach them are fairly high up.
Gotcha.
Well, our spooky friend is pretty good at messing up symbols like this and stuff. She did something similar to that book, right? I think I've told everybody that.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about, Callie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I was like, spooky friend, who is that?
Which one's the spooky one? Because I don't know how accurate this symbol has to be, but it seems like if we just move a couple of the wands out of the way, that might at least cause some confusion and potentially delay it.
True. Does it say anything about the material component needing to be dead or alive? Zan's trying to piece together if this type of thing was going on for the festival, then what does the role that Visor have to play have to do with this?
So, what you're reading in here is that theoretically, at least, it seems like you can combine inanimate or dead objects with living objects. In order for the final creation to be alive, you just need one currently living material.
Oh, okay.
And I will say another thing that you pick up is that the very center of the circle appears to be laid out. And on the diagram, you can see that the very center of the circle is the stage that the elders would perform on, which is leading you to believe. And Grimsnare would remember that Harkin mentioned maybe someday wanting to combine himself with other beings. And so you see, and you know that Visor was intended to blow up the city.
Right.
So if Harkin is still alive, but everybody else is dead, his soul would be in control of the final product.
Oh.
Got it.
That doesn't
Okay.
sound good.
So, it doesn't make sense to kill off all the civilians to kind of stop this process.
Was that an option, Xantadar?
I'm trying to go over every scenario. The fact that I'm talking out loud is just happenstance.
Oh, Lord. We're going to have to get you psychologically evaluated when we can have time to go to therapy.
Yeah, probably. But we never have any time. We're always stopping some type of disaster.
In hindsight, this is probably not good for your very young brain.
No, probably not.
I mean, I turned out okay, but yeesh.
Well, you were older than I was, yeah.
Not when I started out. I was only
Wow.
about 10.
Okay, maybe it's just this group then.
Wait a second.
So if Harkit's not here, where would he be at?
I don't know. Do we want to try to find him right now, or do we want to... What do we want to do? What do we want with him? Other than to, murder his brains out.
Well, we have two options to stop this thing. Destroy the symbol, albeit being the fireworks, right? Or kill Harkin. I suppose if we sending Stone to Callie and tell her to destroy the symbol, and then we go after Harkin, it's like killing two birds with one stone, right?
I mean, I guess. It's a sounder plan than where we started.
And there are two other areas of the city that we haven't searched so far. I'm just not sure how we want to split up.
Who is good at which activities?
Well, can Kelly fly? Forget.
She has a broom.
Gotcha.
So she can sweep.
Yeah. Sweep through the sky.
I think we send Grimsnar and Kelly to go disrupt the symbols, and then the rest of us go and try and find Arkin.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah.
Grimsnar, how does that sit with you?
Sounds like a good plan to me. Just because this Sarkin guy creepy and I don't want to be around him.
Yeah. That's okay. Calliope is creepy too, but she is creepy in a different way, so. You'll be fine.
Well, seems like this Sarkin guy wants to smash multiple beings together. And technically, I'm already multiple beings. If he gets his hand on me, that kills me and decides to join with me, that's not going to go well.
You know, you're not the only thing that does multiple things around here, sir.
Yeah, I forgot who I was talking to.
That's right. It's okay, you're forgiven.
So, if me and this Kelly girl are disrupting the symbols, and you three are going after Harkin, who's going to save the seats for the festival?
That is a good question. Lalia will. No, this doesn't make any sense. Does it? Let's see. Lalia will pull out her bag of tricks. And throw a puffball at the ground.
That's awesome.
Kreider raises his hand, but then puts it down as you're doing this. He's like, nope, you're better.
Got a giant goat. Do you think he could save our seats? We just tie him to the chair and he'll sit there for us.
Yeah, because no one ever wants to sit near a goat.
Exactly. Do you think one goat is enough or should I try for two?
Let's try for two and see what happens.
Okay. Oh no. This time we got a rat. Hey, you know that people also don't like to sit by rats, so
That's
far we're
true.
I got one more puff. Do we want to try again?
Do those replenish every day or what?
Yeah, once a day.
Oh, okay. You can try again.
Alright. Wow, we got all sorts of different things this time. This time we got a lion. It's friendly to us, so there you go.
Are they friendly to each other?
Yes, I mean they're friendly to their companions. So yeah, I can't imagine they're gonna attack each other. That would be hilarious.
The lion shows up and he looks at the goat and licks his lips, but then sits down.
Oh
I
God.
remember a childhood story, something from my childhood about this. All right, these guys should be able to save a few seats. Grimsnar, you want to just take them and put them there?
Yeah, I'll take them.
Hopefully we're not adding to the variety of options for this chimera he's making, but, you know. Oh well.
Well, I was just thinking about that, Lalia. What if we take some of the fake tiaras that, oh, I forget his name.
Yiskell?
Anyway, let's just put some fake tiaras on the goat, the rat, and the lion.
That might be a little excessive. I think we're bored. That just sounds silly, Zanzibar.
Maybe it'll give Harkin some pause before he shoots off this spell. He'll be like, well, I don't want those three. I don't know, you're right, it's silly.
I mean, let's put it on the goat, because he might be excited about the lion.
Okay.
So you take one of the tiaras and you place it on the goat's head. As you turn around, you start hearing crunch, crunch,
Yeah.
crunch.
Oh no!
Because he is
No,
now
not eat the-
eating the tiara.
No, 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 no.
No. Oh,
Damn, I
okay.
thought these things were made out of metal.
They are, but it's a giant goat. Ah. Eventually, you get it to not eat one.
See, Grimsnar can't talk to animals, so he will try and take all these guys down. Don't know how well it's gonna go.
You pick up the rat, and then you just lead the lion and the goat back out to the sitting area. So we'll grab you two first. So Callie, as you're reserving seats here at the Tree of Souls, you watch as your new companion Grimsnare walks up to you leading a lion, a goat, and holding a rat.
Well, hello.
Alright. They're supposed to save our seats. We have to go dismantle the firework display.
Oh, well, that sounds fun.
Hilda's pretty high up, so hopefully you have a way to fly.
I do. And she'll pull out her broom.
Wonderful. So Grimsnare, make an Arcana check for me.
Okay. 4.
Okay. Yeah. You know that changing the symbol could stop the spell. You also know that depending on how you change the symbol, you could just create a different spell. And you're really trying to rack your brain on how to just turn the symbol off.
All right,
Pretty sure
we'll
it's
go
in
with
the
it.
notes somewhere.
Yep.
So what is it that we're doing?
Let's. Any symbols that you see, just draw a dick on top of them. And then we're gonna rip down the firework display. So if there are a line holding the locks together, cut them.
Okay, that's easy enough.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Alright.
So you place your animal companions, and how is Grimsnare getting in the air?
He's actually not currently getting in there. He's trying to find like where the wire attaches to the ground, and then he's gonna climb up it.
Okay. So you're heading to do that, and Callie, are you just taking off?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Let's go look in the sky.
All right. So, Grimsnare, it takes you a few minutes, but you do eventually find the staging point. And you see where the line comes out of the tops of the trees and heads into a series of boxes and switches that are all kind of back behind the bar area. And you see about 3 dozen gnomes standing around the boxes and switches, still kind of piecing things together.
Gotcha.
And so as you approach, you see some of the gnomes, and you can just kind of hear them talking about final preparations and making sure things are set to go off.
Can he try and wait and see if the gnomes disperse eventually?
You wait for just a minute or two, and it doesn't seem like it. And it seems like they're probably... A lot of the switches and things look like they're going to be manned. So you imagine there's probably going to be a team of gnomes here watching and controlling the display as it's going.
Gotcha.
It's kind of set up as like... It's like the operator's booth. Like, there's going to be somebody here.
And where are we at compared to where, like, the nearest bar is at?
Yep, so I didn't create it on the map yet, but essentially this little empty area back here is where the staging area is.
Gotcha.
So you're just behind the bar, because the bar's up here, and the staging area is down here.
Okay. What to do, what to do.
So, I'll give you a... No, that's the wrong box. A quick example. As you see, the one wire kind of splits off. And there's more than this, but just so you have a little bit of representation here. You see a series of switches like on these boxes. And just tons of gnomes.
just because it's easy, I'm gonna make Grimsnar a bear for the moment.
Yep.
So this is kind of the scene you're looking at. But this is where the wire leads.
Oh my god, it's all banks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's different wires going off of each different switch. Yes.
Yes, there's one main wire that comes down, and it feeds into one like big box back here. And then from this big box, there's dozens of wires that go to all these switches and other areas. I'll say it's also probably like roped off.
Yeah. So, looking towards the fire that's right next to Grimsnar,
Mm-hmm.
there seems to be a balcony above him. Is that correct?
Yep.
Now, is that guarded?
Nope.
Okay. He'll walk up there.
Okay. There you go. There's your rope. It is
Cool.
the main wire.
Judging from the distance right there, how far away is that?
Probably about 30 feet or so.
About 30 feet. Okay. Think do I want to throw something at her, or do I want to take a running leap? Yeah, I think he's gonna try and take a running leap at the wire.
Okay. You're gonna try and grab onto it so you can start climbing up it.
Yep.
Go ahead and make a dexterity check for me.
Okay.
I'm gonna warn you before you do this. If you roll a natural 1, you're probably falling off the tree.
Yep.
So, anything you can do to help yourself, feel free. But
It's fine. Alright, here we go. 14.
okay, you take a valiant leap and you manage to grab onto this rope, and you start to slide a little bit, but you do manage to catch yourself. And so you are on the rope, and you just hear all these gnomes beneath you. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Hey, get off there!
Start climbing up it real quick.
Well, like gym class, make a strength check for me to see if you can climb a rope.
Oh, okay. Well, just in case this changes anything, due to my bestial soul, I gain a climbing speed equal to my walking speed and can climb difficult surfaces, including upside down on ceilings,
Oh
without
snap!
needing to make an ability check.
I think that'll certainly help you here. Though
Gotcha.
this isn't necessarily difficult terrain because it isn't terrain. So I'll say, I'll still want you can make it athletics if that helps.
Okay.
And it's just gonna be pass fail, so you just need to beat a 10, which I don't think you. Could
24.
Okay. Yep. So very easily and very quickly, you begin to ascend this rope, even though you hear these gnomes yelling at you. Stop! Stop it! I don't go up there! Hey!
Sorry, I'm on a mission.
You just, as you climb, you get high enough that their shouts kind of become just muffled in the background. But you are now securely in the treetops. And I'll jump over and grab Callie. Because you've had a couple minutes now. You have flown up high enough that you can see these strands. And you probably would have had to have flown past them to really see most of them since the treetops are here.
Yeah.
But as you get up there, you also begin to see, and being kind of a little, let's call it eclectic yourself, you notice that the way that these strings are laid out, it does in fact form a pentagram.
Ooh. Ooh. Man, I have to break this up. I gotta find funner friends. She's got her sickle, but she'll put her favorite sickle away and pull out her +2 sickle. And I guess fly up and see if she can cut some of these.
Sure. What portion of the symbol would Callie be focusing on? The star or the circle?
I think she would start with the star.
Okay. Because I think Callie's understanding of pentagrams, which is not far off from alchemy, as Grimsnare could help inform her, is that generally the star dictates what happens within the circle, but breaking the circle is usually your best way of nullifying the effects in general.
Oh, well, since she knows more than I do, then she'll go for the circle.
Yeah. Cool. And Grimsnare, you would have this knowledge as well, having a chance to read through and pay some attention to the lecture.
Gotcha.
And being a blood hunter. And
Yeah. So, Grimsnar, as you have made it up, you find yourself not quite on the edge. The closest strands to you would be like portions of the star. But what's Grimsnar going to work on?
He's currently looking for any symbols on the wands or the wires. However, if he doesn't find any, he's going to try essentially going to the center of this circle or star or wherever, and start cutting there.
Okay, so I'll say, looking around, you don't see any additional glyphs or writing. You would just know that the pentagram itself is one big symbol.
Gotcha.
And that's what he needs, is that one large pentagram symbol in order to fuel the spell. Everything else is probably, based on what you're finding, everything else is probably incantation based.
Okay. So yeah, I'll go to the center and cut the wire.
Okay. So I want to roll for this to see how well it works. So with you guys cutting some of these wires, the ones that you can find, and trying to disrupt it, I want a d20 roll. And depending on what you want to do is where we'll set how it happens. So, do you guys want to turn off all of the fireworks, or do you just want to destroy enough so that the pentagram doesn't function?
I would say enough where the pentagram doesn't function correctly.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, so trying to salvage enough that the fireworks will still go off, but the pentagram will fail. I'm going to say that's going to be a DC 15.
Okay.
And so either one of you could roll it. You could each roll one, or one of you could roll with advantage, and it's just a straight d20.
Oh goodness.
Well,
Okay.
I guess I could add... What would be a good one for this? I guess Arcana could work. Performance could also work. Yeah. I think those would both make sense.
We'll let Callie roll then.
Okay. You want
I
me
got a 0 modifier in both of those.
Alright. Well, we're doing backflips in the sky. Let's see how well this performance goes. 19. 15 on the die, so phew.
Alright. So working together and kind of stopping Grimsnarl a couple times. It pains you to break up a pentagram, but you manage to destroy enough of it that it won't work as a spell focus, but the fireworks display can still happen.
Okay.
So you won't upset the other half of the city when they
There
don't
you
have
go, right?
fireworks.
I don't want to take their fireworks.
And it'll look less suspicious.
Right.
So, with you guys having accomplished that, that is going to take some time. That'll probably take a better part of an hour. So we'll jump back over to those of you looking for Harkin. So, the rest of you have sent Grimsnare off to meet up with Callie and take care of the fireworks and the symbol in the sky. What are you guys doing?
To look at the bill. Don't know if I have any.
We can retcon something really fast. Lalia would have asked Grimsnar for a description of this guy.
Okay.
So-
He can give you one.
Yeah.
I just realized that we don't actually know what he looks like.
Yep. So he stands out like the rest of the elders do, as he is obviously a very, very old appearing elf.
Right.
But he's also wearing essentially what would be medieval lab coats. So he has it's kind of white, long robes, with very little adornment on them, which is very peculiar since pretty much everybody here is wearing greens and blues and purples and plenty of color. That he would certainly stand out.
If we wanted to find Harkin, should we go back and ask like Dom or Visor as to where he usually resides.
That might save us some blindly searching, sure. Let's pop
Okay.
over that way, yeah.
So you head back over to the Wizard Tower. You would find that all three of them are in Yiskel's tower at the moment. You see Dom and Yiskel are kind of explaining to Visor everything that's going on as you guys enter. And they all kind of look up and say, oh, you're back already. Did you already take care of stuff?
No, not really.
Oh, what's going
We're looking for Harkin. Do you know where he lives or where he usually spends most of his time?
Well, Harkin's not from this city. He's one of the other smaller cities. Any of the elders that are visiting, this Visor kind of sparks up. It's like, yeah, he was probably given a room at the palace, so he could be there. But he also tends to frequent the orrery here. That's that tower to the east of the palace with the flaming rings on top. He tends to visit there sometimes, so you might find him there. Or he could be getting drunk at the bar already, though I doubt that one. So, yeah, my guess would be either the orrery or the palace.
Okay.
I suppose it's a 50-50 shot as to which one he's at.
Yep.
Are commoners allowed into the That's hard for me to say. The orrery?
Generally, you just have to pay a fee, because, it's kind of like a museum.
Well, you all were having trouble getting into the palace earlier, right?
Yes.
So let's hope he's at the orrery. The museum.
All right, let's do that then.
All right. So you guys begin to head towards the orrery.
Yeah,
Yep.
that thing.
Heck yeah.
And I think once we get to the crossroads between that, we up and down here. I thought we were going
Nope.
up the
Nope, weren't supposed to see
road
that.
to the palace.
Yes, this is it. Yeah, sorry. Yes, when you get to the crossroads, what?
Zayn will cast Arcane Eye.
Okay. What does that give you?
You create an invisible, invulnerable eye within range that hovers for the duration. You mentally receive visual information from the eye, which can see in every direction. It also has dark vision with a range of 30 feet. As a bonus action, you can move the eye up to 30 feet in any direction. A solid barrier blocks the eye's movement, but the eye can pass through an opening as small as 1 inch in diameter. And it lasts for an hour.
Alright, so you give yourself a security camera?
Yep, but I'm gonna shove it towards the palace.
Okay. It starts moving that way, and you guys head towards the orrery.
Yep.
Cool.
So, somebody is going to need to roll me a D100.
Valia.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah, you got this.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, well, no, I'm not gonna say because I don't want you guys to know if he's at the orrery yet or not. So, 0 through 50, he's in one location. 51 through 100, he's at a different.
Okay.
And I know which one I picked. Okay.
Okay.
It would be bad if you did it.
Right? Wow. 57.
Okay. So as you guys begin to approach the orrery, you find... Oh no, did I not place him? I didn't place him. Okay. Well, at the entrance to the orrery, you see another one of these spectacle type or specter type individuals who kind of stands and greets you as you approach. Hello, welcome to the Senaliesse orrery. Entrance is 2 gold a person.
Goodness gracious, highway robbery.
So, 1, 2, 3 craters, 4. So we owe him 8 gold.
Yep.
Alright. Better be worth my money.
You're what now?
I said it better be worth my money.
Oh.
Better be a good tower.
I understand.
Well, so as you pay for entrance, you are allowed passage, at which point you begin to ascend a staircase. Making your way up to the first floor here, you find that this is kind of an observation area. You can look out of these windows, and next to some of them are little placards just describing the town itself. There's some placards detailing the Tree of Souls and the things you know about it. There's a placard talking about the construction of the palace and how it's a few thousand years old at this point, and how it was built and how it's been expanded, and placards talking about some of the entertainment areas, some of the gardens and things set up around the trees, and it just kind of gives you like a detailed map of the city, and the things that you're reading about are the things that you can see through the windows. And then as you begin to ascend to the next floor, on this floor you find a giant crystalline structure. It looks very similar in color to and shape to the Tree of Souls. And you see that this is a seedling of the Tree of Souls. It looks like a few hundred years ago they tried to implant a piece of the Tree of Souls into another garden, and it didn't take. But they've been nurturing a small sapling here with the intent of maybe someday setting up a separate town or a separate city. It looks like their intention here was that when the population of Senaliesse became too great, they wanted to create a sister city and plant a second Tree of Souls. And it looks like this was the starter for that. It doesn't currently house any souls because it's not embedded in the earth, but it grows here a few inches every year. Then making your way up to the next flight here, you can see that this is an area with, it looks almost like a laboratory. You can see coils and arcs and electricity being used to power small machines and small functions and things of that nature. And you can see small mechanical looking things that seem to be autonomous in action. So above table, there really aren't automatons in this universe yet. But this area here seems to be the very early stages of that. You see some very small mechanical beings that seem to be powered on their own by magic that's being put into them. And it looks like they're being charged and recharged. It looks like they have limited functionality and limited ability to work before needing recharged from the things set up in this lab.
Interesting.
So moving on from there, you make your way up here. And this seems to be like a meeting space. It seems like this area has plenty of shelves and storage that seems to have old texts, old books, old writings, things that you could peruse, kind of like, would that be the archives of a library? But there's also a large table here that looks to be set for having meals or discussions, and maybe you could rent out this space, but you could also sit here and read. You see a couple of people are here sitting at tables and reading some of these old books and these old texts.
Oh, okay.
And making it to the next space, you see that this space is very similar. It seems like there's some more. This is more of like a standing or studying space, or maybe an entertaining area where you might stand and talk after dinner. But around the edges, you see other small artifacts, other books that are labeled and left here. This is kind of getting more into like the museum-esque part, where it's just kind of old things and unique things and old writings and writings that you probably can't read anymore, but also just kind of an entertaining area. But you also see a balcony here, and there was a balcony on the last floor too. I forgot about that. But just kind of overlooking the backside, and there you can kind of see the palace from here, but you're not looking down into the palace. These balconies seem to showcase more of the forest around Senaliesse.
Oh, okay.
Making it to the next level here. This is the top level. And as you step out into this level, you are immediately welcomed by the very large flame circles that are rotating over top of the tower. But also standing here in the base where you are, you see a gargantuan owl that is just kind of standing and watching. And as you approach, the owl kind of opens its eyes and turns its head towards your party. Hello. Welcome to my orrery. My name is Oris. How may I assist you today?
What are you?
Why, I'm a great horned owl.
Yeah, can't you clearly see that, man?
Am I the what?
Usually, owls don't talk.
But this one does. I am ancient and unique. And he looks at you, Bink. And I am no man.
No, I believe you said Zan.
Hmm.
No, I was just telling him, can't you clearly see that you are a great horned owl? What owl are you again?
Yes, I appreciate it. He looks back at you, Zan. It seems at least one of your party is very wise.
Oh dear.
You just see like
What's that
you just see
crater
like
behind them?
you just see Bing kind of just like picking his nose, flicks it off.
What did Zan say?
Zan looked at Crater,
What?
thinking that the owl was talking about Crater.
Oh dear. We're in dire straits now.
We're looking for Harkin.
Oh, so you have no interest in my orrery, do you?
Your orrery is very expensive.
Yes, well, it contains great knowledge of the outer planes. I should hope so.
The outer planes, you say?
Yes, that's what an orrery does, don't you know?
No, I'm not even sure I can say that word.
Well, this orrery above you maps the cosmos. We have a plethora of knowledge of different planes and different planets and the stars and the space that surrounds our very material realm. But I suppose if you're just looking to make friends, no, Hawken was here earlier, but he, I believe, rented a few books and took them back to the palace to study.
So you would know how to get to the astral plane.
Well, yes, there are plenty of ways to get there, and plenty of places to see once you arrive.
I've seen part of it. It's okay.
Well, quite miraculous indeed. I'd love to hear your tale sometime.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
I'll pay you.
Why do you want to know?
Well, that's my job. Knowledge and the collection of it.
Sounds boring.
Yes, maybe to you.
Yeah, I know. My girlfriend would probably like you a lot.
Well, bring her by sometime. I'll give her free entry if she has stories.
I think she would be more interested in your stories.
Oh, wonderful.
Do people come here often to tell you stories?
Oh, yes, quite. The elves love to talk.
Oh, you could say that again.
Have you interest in the astral plane itself? You mentioned traveling there. Are you trying to go?
Looks to Zanzidar.
It's somewhere we need to go. Do we want to go? Not necessarily, but...
No, we do not. No.
And considering we threw the Dagmadu into the astral, not really looking forward to seeing him again.
Oh, so you're the ones that placed that creature out there. Can't say that was the best idea, but it's made for some entertaining accidents.
What would you have done?
I don't know. Probably not but to put myself in that situation to begin with.
Well, aren't we, Mr. High and Mighty?
Well, I am quite high up. And great is in my name.
So is horned.
Yes,
And also owl.
quite. I feel your wisdom is diminishing as we speak.
God, whose fault is that?
Wait. My what?
Oh, don't worry about it, young one.
Okay, just don't forget the owl part, or else you're just a great horn.
Certainly. You see his eyes kind of roll. But yes, just the other day I watched your little worm devour an entire ship full of Neogi pirates. Oh, it was quite wonderful.
You watched it from here?
Yes. Did I not tell you that's what an orrery does? All you have to
No.
do is tap into the magics and you can scan the universe.
Can I tap into my magic and do that?
I suppose if your magic is powerful enough to scry on the whole universe, yes.
Can you tell if I'm powerful enough?
He just kind of stares at you. Perhaps someday.
Okay.
So, do you know what Harkin's doing then?
I would imagine reading the books he checked out.
Not what I meant, but yeah, probably. I mean,
Beyond that, I don't care much for the whims of the mortals here. They can do as they please. My mind is focused on the outer realms. Why, what do you suppose Harkin is doing? Is it worth listening to?
well, apparently he's trying to kill everybody in this town and fuse them with himself.
Is this one of his poly duo whatever experiments? Well, best of luck to him, I guess.
Well, it would seem to me if he kills the entire population, you stop earning your money and stop having people read your books and coming here and telling their stories to you.
There will always be people seeking knowledge, and they will find me.
Okay. Do you know anything about a dragon in this town?
I know that there was one that circled and landed in the palace a while back.
The last dragon that we fought had destroyed the town of Kreider. Do you not think it would happen to this town as well?
Well, I suppose that's possible. If that happens, then I'll rebuild somewhere else. Though I suppose this dragon does spark a little bit of a fancy in my mind. It's not one found on the material plane very often.
Well, yeah, because it's an aspect of Tiamat.
Oh, is it now? I was simply referring to the fact that it was a gem dragon.
What are those?
Well, those are dragons that are usually made out of some sort of mineral. As those on the material plane would call them gems. Things like diamonds and of the such. This dragon, I believe, is amethyst. Generally, these dragons are not created here on the material plane. They're formed in the outer, sometimes in the astral, sometimes on planets made purely out of gems. So it's quite interesting that one of this size and of this ancient would make its way to our humble planet.
Isn't it true that gems usually store and hold magic?
Oh yes, quite.
So if I were to, say, chop off this dragon's head, I could store magic within it and put it up as like a mantelpiece.
I suppose it's possible. I've never heard of anyone slaying a gem dragon of this nature or this size before, so I suppose it's totally plausible. You would need quite a big room to hold this dragon's head.
Uh, I mean, I'm working on it.
Yes, what a word, too, actually. Honestly, I don't believe this dragon is even classified as a dragon any longer. What was the word? What do they call them when they've ascended? I believe in the common tongue they would call it a great worm.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Well,
Are the other ones not so great?
comparatively, no. Generally, your dragons are young, or adults, or even ancient dragons. And a great worm is much beyond that, even.
So really, really, really old.
Yes, and equally as large and knowledgeable and powerful.
Yeah, was it Yescol who said he saw a really big footprint?
Mm-hmm.
That would track, I suppose. Haha, track. Sorry.
Yes, and of the great worms, I believe the gems are generally considered middle of the rung. A little more powerful than most of your chromatics, not quite on par with metallics. Though there are many other types beyond that even. There's dragons of light and darkness and void and space, but general classification.
Alright, well, do you guys have any other questions?
Don't think so.
Okay. Well, let's get going. Got Arkin to kill and a dragon to kill.
We're
And
really
mount.
busy.
Well, should you ever want to scry into the astral seas, please find your way back to me.
I don't know about scrying, but traveling there, we're gonna need to eventually.
Wonderful. And please come back and tell me your tales once you've returned.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, good day to you, adventurers, and good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Greyhorn! I mean, Greyhorn Owl!
You're quite welcome, young wise one.
You just see Bink blush.
You're making your way back out of the orrery?
Yep.
Yep.
Alrighty. So, in this time, Zan, your eyeball has made it up to the palace.
Ooh. His actual eyeball, you just see like floating eyeball.
You just
It's
ripped
like,
it out.
someone
and
freaks
tossed
out. Oh my god! Passes out.
This got dark.
So, I'm assuming you were probably going to float around the guards.
Yeah.
So, making your way into the entryway here, you would see this beautiful garden kind of set up. Looks like it's taken a combination of a lot of the trees and roots and vines here to just kind of be this very floral, formal entrance. You can see a little side area with some seating and some general, just kind of like open entertainment. And you can see two guards are posted here. And you can see an older-looking elf who is currently standing in this area. Looks like he's sitting cross-legged and meditating. That's what it kind of looks like at the moment. When he's older, he looks very bulky, very similar in appearance to Visor. So I'll place him. But where are you going from here?
Is that Arkin? Would I know that?
You got the description, and no, it does not look. It does. That elf does not fit the description of Harkin.
Okay. As far as a mental note for Zan, is he wearing a tiara or no?
Yes.
Okay.
He does look very old. He looks probably on par with the age of the other elders you've seen.
Gotcha. And then I guess he'll hover to the south.
Okay. As you begin heading this way, you can see that it kind of opens up into this, like, terrace that leads over to this hallway type building. Where you can see a few more guards are posted. Seems that they are kind of sporadically placed.
Okay. Through the doorway to the west.
Turning to the west, you can see a long hallway that leads to what looks like kind of like a support room where the palace has been built into the base of one of these trees. You can see a couple guards in that area, and you can also make out another small room that doesn't seem to really have much in it at the moment. But you can see that above it there's a chair. It looks like maybe that's some sort of seating area, or gives you some sort of view over some of the palace grounds.
Like the throne or something. Alright. Back down towards the east, I guess.
You see almost
bridges.
you see almost a mirror of where you were before.
Alright.
Except for branching off of this one, you can see the small sitting area that has an empty bed. Looks like the bed was added. But again, you see another chair has been set up, some sort of overlook.
To the south.
Cool. So beginning to head that way, we'll say that's probably about where the rest of you were finishing up in the orrery. So Zan, your eyeball has explored like the first front half of the palace so far.
How does this work? Does he get like a mental image of like what's laid out?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
all being relayed.
Is it like compared to what you're looking at in real time? Is it like how do you think it would portray? Like there's like a third like image on like the upper half of your peripheral vision, you think? Or
Yeah, I would think so.
I'm like, how does he see this? Because they can't overlap with his eyes, or else that'd get way too confusing. That'd
Right.
give you a splitting headache.
Yeah. And I got there's some guy in the palace, but it's not Harkin. However, he is very muscular and wearing a tiara.
Could he be? Well, you know, there are hundreds of tiaras out there apparently.
Yeah, but no one was supposed to be in the palace except for the leader or the king.
Right, but there is at least one elder we haven't seen yet.
True. So then, as far as that goes, Did the time run out on that eyeball? Or,
How long is it? It's an hour.
yep.
You guys are. Yeah, I'd say with
Gotcha.
getting the tour and walking through there, make a. I'll give you one final piece though, so that you got some fruit from this. You would see as you had started to head south, sitting outside of this big chamber in the back, you would see a rather large chimera. It's just kind of currently loafing. They're just kind of sitting with their paws crossed. And your eye would catch sight of that hanging outside of these doors as it began to disappear.
Wait, what
I
is
know
that
where.
thing?
It's a chimera.
Oh, that's a chimera. Okay.
I know where Harkin is now.
Is he reachable? Can we get to him?
In theory, we can.
And before we continue forward, I would like, I don't know where I perched him at. I would like Peter to join us along with this. I kind of left him behind because we were going in buildings left and right. We didn't really need him, but I mean, he didn't die. He's here. He has full health. I left him somewhere, but could I telepathically tell him to meet us at the top of here?
Yep, yeah, he can come catch up with you. And
Okay.
also at this point, Grim and Callie would have finished their task of cutting the wires.
Nice.
Good work. You make a good team.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what you want to do. I mean, they're obviously not going to let us into the palace, but, you know, we could dimension door or teleport.
The only problem is I'm too short
And I
to
am
bring
out
one of you with me.
And I am out of dimension doors for the day.
Well, I guess
I
at least
mean-
teleport. It
Well,
can-
yeah, I was just gonna say we can use the cube I got for the group teleport.
So I will mention that I think Callie was talking to Grim. Because you guys
That's okay though.
are not.
Oh my god!
Unless
It's
you-
so confusing with the voices!
Unless
Everything sounds the same!
Yeah, unless you two were just communicating with the team and coming to meet up.
God dang Dougal.
No, she was
Ooh.
thanking Grim for a good time, but that's okay. That sounded weird. She
Oh.
was thanking him for his help.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's not
I
as
completely
confusing when
missed
one
that.
person controls two people, but when two people controlling two different people are... It's out... God damn it.
We're getting there.
Mm-hmm.
We're
It's
getting
fun.
there. Next episode, I'll catch on to it.
No pressure.
Maybe I won't get my money out. I'll give my money out to the wrong person.
Yeah, no problem, Kelly.
Here's
Are
10,000
we
platinum.
meeting up with the rest of your people?
They aren't really my people. But yeah, I guess we could go rejoin them. Hi everybody, she'll say over the sending. So we're done. Mission complete. Where should we go?
Well, we were just at the orrery. Harkin's not there, so he's in the palace. I guess we're gonna walk up to the palace now.
Okay.
But it's not like we were able to get in last time, so...
We could sneak in.
How?
I don't know. I'm just saying we could.
Okay.
You're in charge. You should know.
Well, there were guards at the front entrance. And when I tried to go through, they had put like some kind of barrier up that bounced me back.
Hmm.
So I was thinking we'd teleport in, but
Well, why can't we teleport it?
well, I have no idea if uh, they block the. I don't know if they have words up to stop teleportation or whatever. So we won't know until we try it.
Sounds deadly.
Yep. But when is everything not deadly?
I don't know. That hasn't happened yet.
Exactly. What are they saying, Jolly?
What?
Should I grab the star and go back to the festival ground?
Oh, Grimsnar is asking where you're heading.
Oh, sorry.
He doesn't have a sending stone, so it's like,
Right. So she's just staring creepily off into space,
Yeah,
holding a rock in front of her
exactly.
face. Yeah, we're gonna go break into the palace. You wanna come?
For what reason?
I think we're gonna kill some people.
Thought you guys were waiting till the festival started to actually do that.
Yeah, we like to pretend to make plans, but we almost never stick with them.
hmm. Nope. He's just like, nope. I'm not going to go kill people.
Okay. Do you want to go back and sit with the lion then?
Yep.
Alright. Thanks for saving our seats. We'll be back.
Okay.
Hopefully. Hopefully we don't die.
So Grimsnare heads back to the festival grounds to ensure your seats. Callie, you fly off to meet up with the rest of the party who are currently on the stairs that ascend to the front of the palace as you guys are considering how you may find entry in here and if you even want to try and track down Harkin and whatever else might lay behind the palace walls. And I think that's where we'll end for today.
Alrighty.
So we'll be back next week.
Okay.